Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the first annual Taxationist Theft Fest. I'm your host, Dre, from Drunken Disorderly Media, and I'm here to introduce our first guest of day 2. Before we get into it, I hope you guys enjoyed the first day as much as I did and learned as much as I did. It was great to talk to all the speakers and learn everything. I can't wait to go back and get to watch all the speakers that I didn't get to speak to and host yesterday. That'll be fun. And we look forward to next year when we get to do this somewhere in person. So, all right. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first guest today. It is Andy Doc Melder. Andy is a disabled veteran and former Navy hospital corpsman, a husband, father, born and raised in Katy, Texas. He is the founder and chapter president of Veterans for Natural Rights, Texas. He has served as the chapter president for Young Americans for Liberty until he graduated from Sam Houston State University last semester. Andy has been a longtime advocate for the Texas Capitol and fights for legalizing the natural alternatives to fight common disabilities like PTSD and chronic pain. Andy believes wholeheartedly in the fact that plant medicine saved his life and led him towards his current path to start as a business owner of a natural wellness center in his hometown called Greensdale Total Wellness. Let's welcome Andy to the show.
Hey, Dre.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. Doing awesome, actually. I'm really excited to be here and get started.
Well, it's fabulous to have you. I can't wait to hear what you have to tell us today.
Yeah, excellent. Well, let's just jump right into it then. As hearing the introduction, of course, I wrote for myself, which is strange, but it actually really inspires me to get this presentation underway, because it did. Plant medicines really did save my life. And so that's what this means to me. And that's what this means to a lot of veterans, and potentially for everybody else. And of course, an underlying theme here as of liberty. And so the presentation today I'm doing is veterans in plant medicine and what that means for everyone else. And like I said, that underlying liberty theme as a treatment option. And so what I'm going to be talking about, I'll just kind of give you all an introduction about me and my story, what plant medicines are, what we're talking about here, some of the problems veterans face and how plant medicines can help, and what about everybody else? Where did the civilian population fit in to this equation? And also, what am I talking about here? Liberty as a treatment option. So here's a picture of me. Let's say the nitty gritty, young 23-year-old Andy. I have the nickname Doc because I was an able corpsman, which is kind of like a medical role. So in the Navy, we don't have medics, we have corpsmen. So that means you could serve in a hospital capacity, you could serve on a naval ship, and it also means you could get attached to a Marine Corps unit, like I did, and serve with the Marine Corps. So this is actually in Leeds, England, at a gun range. And you can see an Iraqi flag behind you, but that's because we were training for scenarios. And so why not train like you're doing the real thing? I grew up in Katy, played football, rode BMX, hunted, fished, raised pigs and 4-H, FFA. And I was kind of like a pretty typical kid from old Katy, and like what used to be a very rough and tumble, semi-rural community. Now it's like this real big suburban sprawl, but it used to be very surrounded by farmland and stuff like that. And if you can kind of tell what I'm talking about here, I have a black eye in my picture. So that was me. I like to fight. I like to get my hands dirty, and it was a lot of fun. As I said, I am a permanently and totally disabled veteran with PTSD, and I have been working in advocacy statewide since 2016. I started with Houston Normal, working in cannabis advocacy. I've been to the Capitol in 2017 and back in 2019 legislative sessions, working hard to get cannabis legalized in Texas. And then recently graduated with my degree in healthcare administration, which is a big deal to me. And we're going to kind of get into that a little bit. But, I didn't actually graduate from high school. I got my GED. And so for me to go back and then finally graduate from college, I also then tried to go back to college and failed out at one point. So for me to accomplish that, I think is a testament to these plant medicines and what they're capable of. Here's my shameless self-promotion. This is my business, Greenside Total Wellness. It's a work in progress. I just soft launched my website last week. We're going to start looking to turn the business plan over to investment and things like that here pretty soon. My goal is kind of to line up with some of these things that I've learned through plant medicines and spread the word and give people a lot of information and knowledge about what we're learning through natural healing. And take that to the public. So that's greensidetw.com. Y'all can visit there. Y'all can see me on social media. I'm not really here to sell my business, but there it is. So check it out, please.
Fine.
This little quote, this is what I use for my inspiration. So I'm going to read this real quick. And I get emotional every time I read it, but whatever. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or woman, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, he at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Told you. These guys behind this quote, a lot of inspiration for why I did this quote is from, of course, the famous Teddy Roosevelt, and probably the best president of all time, but whatever. This is like where society should understand we have to fail to succeed. And these guys behind me will never be accused of being cold and timid souls. And so for me to serve with these guys has been an inspiration, because some of these guys are bona fide certified heroes. But anyways, so my story has a lot of that in it, a lot of failure, a lot of shortcoming, but perseverance. When I was about 8 or 9, I was diagnosed with ADHD. This was back in the late 80s, early 90s, when ADHD was kind of becoming the new cool thing. I was the first person I knew diagnosed. Right away, I was thrown to the doctors, the psychiatrist, the Ritalin started flowing, and then the antidepressants. And so I went through this regime of medications and like medical examinations from a really early age. And it was really like this kind of weird experience for me, because I didn't think there was anything wrong with me. You know, I was just like a kid that couldn't sit still in class and had trouble doing his homework, but I could pass all the tests and I could do everything else. So
what we would call a normal kid.
Yeah, I mean, 8 or 9 year old rough and tumble boy, but whatever. So actually, by the age of 13, I found cannabis. I realized it helped my ADHD. I realized it helped me calm down, and it made me feel better. Nothing had ever made me feel better before that. And while I was kind of young and didn't really understand, it was still the 90s. California hadn't even got medical yet, I don't think. And so we didn't really understand it as medicine, so to speak, but I knew it helped. I kind of dabbled around in psychedelics at the time, too, like around the age 14, 15, but nothing like too heavy and extreme. But despite that, my upbringing in a Southern Baptist religious programming household landed me in West Oaks Rehabilitation Hospital at the age of 15. So like I was just this kid that liked to smoke weed every once in a while. And I was in this facility with heroin addicts, meth heads, crackheads. They were my age, 15 years old, that had been like suicide attempts and all this crazy stuff. And I didn't really understand why I was there. It's like, it's really reminiscent. If you've ever, I'm sure you have seen the movie Half Baked, when Bob Saget stands up and he's like, "Have you ever sucked dick for weed?" And like, that was me. When I was a kid, I was just like, right. All these kids, like every time you have to tell, like, my drug of choice is marijuana, and then they all just laugh at you, and you're like, oh my God. But I spent 30 days in inpatient treatment, despite that. So I saw the drug war. I saw one end of it. I saw institutionalization and what that does to people. It tore my self-esteem apart. By 18, I was failing out of high school. I was pretty much on a course to just drop out and not finish. But my parents once again sent me away to a military based program for at-risk youth called Seaborn Challenge Corps down in Galveston, Texas. From there, I got my GED and I joined the Navy. So by 19, I was doing direct patient care at Naval Hospital, Jacksonville. That's where I started to witness what opioid withdrawals look like. and the terrible treatment towards addicts by hospital staff, that like these addicts come in getting surgery and having to get opiates to deal with it, but then end up, because they're already addicted to opiates, the opiates aren't helping their pain. And so they're kind of becoming complete assholes. But, instead of responding with empathy, staff responds with, well, they should have, never went down that road in the first place. And a lot of these guys didn't choose that route, right? So I also witnessed my first patient death from a gastric bleed that was caused by Motrin. Believe it or not, ibuprofen had caused a gastric ulcer to erode into a patient's stomach, into an underlying artery, and the patient basically had an arterial bleed in his stomach, and it was pretty horrific. So that's kind of my first understanding of like modern medicine and how unsafe it can be. Even something just like ibuprofen that you can get over the counter, if not taken properly. And it's a wonderful tool, but if it's not taken properly, it can actually kill you. So there's nothing, and mind you, the same mechanisms that of anti-inflammatory that NSAIDs use, cannabis uses too. So there are safer alternatives in plant medicine. My second duty station is when I transferred to my Marine Corps unit, Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team. I am a Global War on Terror veteran, not a combat veteran. So I didn't see combat, but I took care of a lot of my Marines that did, post-combat Marines, and I saw a mentality shift in some of the guys. And then I deployed with a lot of those guys again later on in non-combat settings. But after they had come back from combat, the violence and violent mentality had just ramped up, and there was no way to deal with that. Actually, I was in a platoon that was disbanded for hazing down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. And if you know anything about the Marine Corps, hazing's almost an accepted part of the culture to an extent. So for them to get over the line of crossing the line to having to be disbanded, it got really bad. And that's kind of all I'll say about that. But I saw people doing a lot of things, and I was supposed to be there to protect my Marines, and I didn't. And so that kind of started weighing on me a lot about later things and things that I saw. Some of these guys that are in this picture that I showed y'all earlier were some of my close friends that had deployed with me in my first deployment in first platoon. They later deployed on to combat deployments in Iraq. A lot of those guys came back shot up or dead, or later on overdoses or suicide attempts and things like that. And some of them are really, I still keep in contact with some of these Marines today that are still struggling with opioid addiction. I also witnessed a lot of systematic problems in the VA. One of the things was when I was in my clinical rotation and training at the very, very, very beginning, we worked at a VA hospital and up in the Chicago area. I worked on a cardiovascular accident ward with veterans that had strokes, and they were various levels of care, but there was like medication abuse. They were just throwing medication at these guys. They were walking around drooling on themselves because that was the easiest way to take care of them. And I'm talking like one flew over a cuckoo's nest, like white walls, gowns hanging open in the back, and these, like it was bad. It was eye-opening. We used to have to haul them down to the showers, in a group shower room, and basically hose them off like cattle to clean them up because they didn't have enough staff to get everybody properly cleaned with one-on-one care. And so this was the kind of stuff I saw. Like, I was only 19 when I saw that, and it was like, I don't ever want to end up in this place. That's all I knew. Also, just the red tape that's involved with the VA, and we're going to kind of get into that. Getting out of the military and trying to get your benefits and get into the system is its own set of problems. And then once again, that medication abuse, these doctors that just start slamming these vets with medications because they don't know what else to do. They don't have any other options. So there's the opioids and there's all kinds of other stuff that they dump on top of them. Well, I was lucky in the fact that when I got out of the military, I went straight back to cannabis. I didn't I didn't go to the VA, and it was part of my PTSD. I was actually avoiding the VA, but it was not to my detriment in this case, because had I got to the VA and fell into that, their SOPs, their protocols, which is kind of part of the problem. Vets are very used to following those protocols, so they're going to go to the people that they know are supposed to be there to help them, which is the VA, and then they get caught up into the system. I didn't do that. I actually didn't qualify for my benefits right off the bat, and then I started using cannabis right whenever I got out of the military, and it kind of sustained me. However, I still struggled. I wasn't dealing with my PTSD. So I had failed relationships, jobs. I didn't get a diagnosis. Like I said, I had dropped out of school. I was near homelessness a few times, and just had no community and very little support. And when you have like this toxic set of systems, that's when people really fall into the fray, because there's not anybody there to understand that they have to be there to kind of like keep them into the fray. Like, if we don't make places for wounded warriors in society, then that's what happens. So, that's kind of the story there. After struggling for quite a bit, I ended up going to my first normal meeting at Houston Normal. They were working on a project to get veterans cannabis in Texas, and it was the first time I'd seen anybody work on my behalf, and it meant a lot. And I was like, it was getting around other people that said, "This is my medicine," and I was like, "Wow, that's powerful." Because before it was like, "You're a dirty pothead," and I would say, "No, I need this. Trust me, y'all want me to have this. If I don't have this, things go bad." But there was all these stigmas attached, especially down here in the South. And but I wanted others to know that same message. So that changed a lot. That started giving me a voice and a path. It was an arduous path, but kind of coincided with a few things. I was doing my work at the Capitol in 2017. The psilocybin research from Johns Hopkins came out on mushrooms and medication resistant depression, and these astounding results. And because I have this medical background and healthcare background, I was like really into it, and it made sense to me because I went back to those days of dabbling around with psychedelics when I was a teenager, and I was like, when I took mushrooms, I just smiled from ear to ear, like, "Ha, this is great." And it made sense to me. And then I also realized the mechanisms of action that work with the receptors that are also like your serotonin receptors and the whole thing. And it just made sense. And I was like, wow, okay. So of course I tried that, right away as soon as I could get a hold of some. But also kind of coincided with this documentary that I saw that one of my veteran advocate brothers had put together, where they flew a group of veterans down to Peru, and they did an ayahuasca ceremony. And so they were able to go sit with the real Shipiba shaman and do this whole thing. And I watched the documentary, and I'm going to go ahead and forward that to that. And it was life-changing. And I knew right away, I was like, I got to sit with one of those shaman. And I knew I had to. And luckily for me, about several months later, that same shaman was, relocated somewhere closer to my home. We'll just leave it at that. And I was able to sit with that same shaman and do the same Shipibo ayahuasca ceremonies that they got to do down there. It wasn't the full dieta, because they go through a lot of other plant medicines that aren't psychedelics, that are like detoxifiers. But the ayahuasca part of it, I got to do, and part of this tobacco ceremony as well. But Soldiers of the Vines on YouTube, y'all can check it out. It's free to watch. That's my boy in the top left corner, Ian. He's the one that kind of got me involved. And y'all can see some of the pictures around there from the ceremony. And then I just want to point out to the bottom right-hand corner, the guy in the middle, that's Barry. He was in the documentary. That's me to the right. And then to the left is Brian Ortega, who is on track B right now, teaching people how to grow weed. So you can see this community that was built, it's bigger than the medicine. This is giving us a sense of purpose and a mission again, which we're going to go through some of these other things is highly important. So plant medicines can do more than just do the actual healing when you consume them. There's a community of non-judgmental, uplifting community that can kind of coincide in an integrative fashion, right? So I think that's really important. And then this picture was also taken at YALCON in Austin. We were there speaking about, what do you think? Veterans in plant medicine and natural rights and the liberties that come with it. Because that's, we're putting the work in because it's that important to us. So we'll go into what are plant medicines. This is a down and dirty. This is not by any measure an exhaustive list, but cannabis is a plant medicine, right? It is a psychedelic. Most people don't want to classify it as that because psychedelics has gotten kind of like this dirty connotation in the US, and even some advocates are trying to separate it because they think that like if you attach it to psychedelia, then it's going to have some sort of that same negative connotation. But the fact of the matter is, I mean, in my opinion and on many others, it is a psychedelic. It reacts on the same mechanisms, a lot of the same mechanisms as some of these other drugs. So, I think it's also, to me, what I consider the mother plant. It's the medicine, it's the plant medicine that people have to get a hold of first so that they can start to do the work. Because when you're talking about pain and when you're talking about PTSD, cannabis can help both of those things, right? I can treat my pain and I can treat my PTSD with one medicine, which is big because we're talking about vets that get slammed with thousands, but a bunch of pills at once to try to treat these two things in a non-addictive and a safe, fashion. I mean, if you look at the laundry list of side effects that comes with something like even Prozac versus cannabis, I think the number one side effect for Prozac is erectile dysfunction, right? So you're going to treat my depression with that. I mean, that sucks. But another day, another topic. And some of these other medicines. So I was going to say, in the sacred plant world, cannabis is referred to as Santa Maria. The Saint Mary. It is the mother plant. It is absolutely regarded as the highest plant. And we have a whole system in our body dedicated to it to prove it. Then you have ayahuasca, which is like what I was talking about with my experience in the documentary. For those that aren't really, ayahuasca is a blend of two drugs where they use DMT, which is a psychoactive psychedelic, one of the most powerful that would normally not be activated if you just were to orally take it, because your stomach would actually just attack it and kill it. But the MAOI enhancer, not only does it enhance the effects in your brain, but it actually saves the medicine in your gut. And somehow the ancients knew this over 3,000 years ago. We learned about MAOIs in the 50s. Yeah. Yep. So, and it was one of the first drugs that they used to treat depression, as a matter of fact. So the classifications of drugs. So these are powerful. They're made from plants. There's a ton of plants out there that have MAOIs in them. Chocolate is one of them. Nutmeg, harmaline. So Syrian rue. There's just a few of them out there. There's passion flower. I grow it in my backyard. I can dry the leaves and the flowers, and I can throw it in my tea, and that's an actual natural MAOI. So really, really cool. And then, of course, the DMT comes from, I think it's over 90 something plants that they've identified that has DMT in it. But down in the in the Amazon, they have, they have a couple of plants that they use to make the ayahuasca brew. And it's this really, really rich, deep, almost chocolatey type drink. And it's really great for purging traumas and connecting like to the universe at large, feeling that interconnectivity of everything, if you will. There is a purging process. A lot of people, if you haven't seen that, it is intense. It's not a party drug by any means. But the thing that comes out of it, a lot of people would be like scared not to do it because of the purge. But it's almost like the point of the thing. So kind of crazy. The 5-MeO DMT toad venom, yeah, not a plant. However, the 5-MeO DMT you can find in plants, just not as in larger enough quantities. So you can smoke the 5-MeO DMT toad venom. What I can tell you about that is particularly good at reaching in and grabbing trauma and ripping it out. It's also not a pleasant experience. In my experience, it was really, really hard, but rewarding.
In what way? Emotionally,
yeah. When other psychedelics bring, and it was described to me this way, and I really didn't understand until I tried, bring you outward. 5-MeO DMT brings you inward, and it's not a real visual experience. It's a very empathic experience. So like you can feel your emotions in ways that you've never felt them before, and then they come out. And one of my friends said it felt like a black snake coming out of her mouth. You don't see the snake, but you do, but you feel it. It's really weird. And I felt like a black cloud, like a big huge fog just came out and filled the room. And once again, I couldn't see it, but I was imagining it almost so much that I could. It was kind of weird. You would think you're hallucinating, but you're not.
After that, do you feel relief that is out? That is,
I had to leave the room. Kind of? I told him, get me out of the room, because I was like scared that whatever it was, I didn't know what it was, but I didn't want it to come back. So yeah, so huge relief once I got out of the room. I'm like, burn the sage, whatever it is, and it was powerful. The people that were in the room with me moved back. They moved back. They were like, whoa, whenever I started purging. And not everybody purges, but I think it's like once you try the ayahuasca, it like almost, for me anyways, it pushes me towards that with almost any of the other medications at high dosages. So but that's just me. Not everybody.
Sure. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrail you.
No, you're cool. And then the psychedelic cactuses, of course, the peyote, San Pedro. This one I actually don't have any experience with, but I can tell you it's a phenethylamine versus the others that are tryptamines. So this is in a class like MDMA and also amphetamine. So it's a little bit more of an up, ooh, kind of feel. Yeah, it's going to make you want to get up and dance and move around, where some of these other ones are going to want to slam you to the ground and make you lay there for a while. And then the psilocybin mushrooms, to me, this is an important one up there with cannabis, because it's so easy to grow. It's so easy. It's cheap. It's easy to grow. Anybody could do it. I could teach a 5-year-old how to grow mushrooms. And I just learned by reading on the internet. And it's relatively safe. When some of these other drugs have a lot of contraindications with like the SSRIs and antidepressants that people are on, not that I'm advocating that people take them and the magic mushrooms, but the people feel a little more comfortable about the interaction. Has a smaller binding time to your receptors, so it doesn't last as long, especially as things like LSD is what they're finding, that binds to your receptor and just stays there for hours and hours and actually keeps anything else from kind of getting in there. So that's why LSD trips can kind of go on for maybe like 12 hours at a time, where magic mushrooms, I mean, even like a 10-gram dose could go away in 6 hours. So those are, to me, just like the basics probably everybody might know or have heard of. By the way, don't lick the toad. The Bufo alvarez toad. don't lick the toad, it'll make you sick. They actually dry it and smoke it. So
that's one of my questions I wrote down. How do they extract the DMT from the toad?
oh, they take
Do they
it,
kill the
you see
toad?
the gland on the back of its neck, and then they squeeze it against a piece of plexiglass, and then they leave it there until it dries, and then they scrape it off.
So they don't have to kill the toad.
No, matter of fact, it's a very respected process. Yeah, if the indigenous people are doing it and not, dumb anybody because they only come out once a year during the rainy season, and yeah, it's this whole thing. There's also synthetic 5-MeO DMT out there that you don't have to get from a toad. Surprisingly, smells exactly the same. It's really weird. Yeah. Anyways, so those are the basic plant medicines. Of course, LSD I didn't mention. I mentioned, but also comes from fungus. So we're kind of lopping that in with plants, even though it's a different kingdom. Okay, I know. MDMA comes from sassafras. A lot of people don't know that. So Molly, ecstasy, that kind of stuff. We're going to talk about a little bit more. We're going to go back to vets and the problems vets are facing. We have military culture and stigmas, no access and denials, red tape, not enough effective treatment options, too much pain, emotional trauma, moral, spiritual wounds, lost community mission, and how plant medicines can help. So we'll go to just real quick, military culture. A lot of people think they know it, but they don't. When you walk around every day going kill, 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 it changes your brain. Pain is weakness leaving the body. That's a big one. You hear a lot. And suck it up and drive on. So these are just kind of painting a picture of how weakness is treated in the military. Mission readiness is always the biggest portion, like the biggest goal, the mission before everything. So service before self is always important. So you can understand why somebody that's suffering from depression might not, go and say, hey, I think I need some help, because its weakness is preyed upon. There's pretty much a bully mentality when it comes to weakness, because it could be the difference between life or death. And so they take it really serious. Also, if you do decide that you want to get a psychological evaluation, if you want to go see somebody for some help, they say at least in the Navy and Marine Corps, it's called going to see the wizard. It's kind of like the Wizard of Oz, like, oh, you're going to go see the wizard, are you? He's going to fix you right up, and it's real sarcastic. And then if they do go, then they're labeled a broke dick. All right. So that's just a term that, like, you can't do your job and you can't function. And so basically you're discarded as broken equipment. You're broken equipment now. And that's how you're treated. Med boards are the process that they use to get you out of the military if you have a medical problem. And they're there for a reason, and they're necessary because, guys get really hurt and severely injured, and sometimes their PTSD is so bad that they probably shouldn't be in the military anymore. But now I just found out the Army active duty now, if they ask for a psychological evaluation, they're automatically entered into a med board process. So basically their career is at jeopardy just for asking for a psychological evaluation. Correct.
Wow.
And I know somebody that's happening to currently. So that's how I know it for fact. And then there's the Veterans Health Administration as a whole. That is something we have to deal with. The VHA down and dirty. This is everything, red tape. The benefits aren't actually guaranteed. So like I was talking about, I had to apply 4 times before I got my disability. It was actually Obamacare that got me my access, because they had I was going to get charged. I was going to have to pay a fine for not having insurance. And so I had to write like a hardship request, like, please let me have this. And they granted it to me. Later on, I finally filed my disability, but they don't have assistance for disability. So I didn't even know I really probably qualified from disability from day one, because I just didn't want to be that. I was that guy that was like living in that, I don't want to be weak. I'm mentally strong. I can, just do my thing. I was trying to run marathons and like stay in shape, and like that was going to save me. And then just the limited treatment options at the VA. A lot of off-label prescriptions, the opioids we talked about, ineffective psychotropics that aren't even for PTSD. Antipsychotics, they'll give you those because when nothing else works, and then the sleeping pills to help you sleep because they've dumped all the drugs on you. And then what liver, right? Because
Right.
at this point, who cares? One of my Marines that was in one of those pictures, was a law enforcement in Arizona, and he was admitted to the hospital in a coma for liver failure from the VA scripts that were given him as an ER doctor in Arizona, a legal state, that said, hey, man, you might want to try cannabis. And he's like, bro, I'm a cop. I can't do that. And he was like, well, do you want to die of liver failure? And so he retired and started using cannabis and got off all of his medications. The services, we're going to talk about this, the iatrogenic drug addiction, which is like when you go to the doctor and they prescribe you an addiction. Hospital police force response. My hospital has a police force, and they're there all the time. I had one guy I know that went in because he was having some anxiety issues. He was met at the emergency room by the police force, and because of course he freaked out a little bit, and he's former LEO as well. He freaked out a little bit, and they ended up cuffing him and admitting him to the 6th floor psychiatric unit at the hospital. So he went to the ER and ended up getting cuffed. And then ultimately increased risk of overdose and suicide. And we're going to get into that. And so it's a government entity. And so in my opinion, it is a highly corrupt institution with vast systemic problems and is everything you would expect in government ran healthcare. These are a few slides we're just going to cover real quick. This just shows that not only do vets have more pain, it's more severe. So we deal with more pain in more places, and it's more severe. And don't worry, everybody's going to catch up with us in pain. If you look in the middle graphic, by the age of 70, y'all overtake us. But I think that's because most of the veterans that were living in pain are dead by then. So there you go. It's not just pain that's the problem. This is chronic pain in veterans. Also, the comorbidities of PTSD and traumatic brain injury, TBI. Okay, if you see that big chunk in the circle, those are the vets living with all three. That's the majority. We're talking about the post Middle East conflict. That's my age, right? So anywhere between today to 20 years ago. And then this one's the one that really gets me. If you actually look at this is the odds ratio overdose suicide related events. This comes from the VA. These are their graphics. Healthcare utilization is actually what will give you 23 times more likely to kill yourself. So if you want to paint the picture of what this veteran looks like, the veteran had PTSD and chronic pain and TBI, right? Because that was the majority that we just looked at. They go in to get treatment. They're already 2.6 times more likely for overdose and suicide related events because we're higher risk for addiction. Okay. We go in to get our pain treated, and the doctor gives us opioids. Okay. Knowing that we're high risk for addiction and knowing that it can't treat chronic pain. And then there's this other thing that happens when you take opioids, that it actually makes your pain worse. So not only does it make your pain worse, then your tolerance goes up. So they have to just keep increasing the dose up and up and up until there's a point where you hit the max level dose, right? So at that point, that veteran is going to have choices. They're going to live in pain and still eating a bunch of opioids. They're going to start weaning themselves off of opioids and live in pain, or they're going to go to the black market and move to a harder substance, which is what happened to a lot of people, right? At that point, you're at the substance use disorder category. Now you're 8 times more likely for overdose or suicide related events. In this topic, we're not really distinguishing the two, because overdose is basically suicide as well. And drug addiction is suicide long-term suicide.
Right.
So um, once you're at that point, then you're going to turn back to the VA for help because now you're addicted to drugs. That's when they're going to send you through the detox program. And that's when you're going to hit that far right 18.5% statistic or times statistic. If you make it through the detox process, you're likely to relapse. And when you relapse, you're likely to overdose. And if you overdose, then you've already actually become part of the statistic. But 23.1 times, they're going to admit you into the inpatient treatment facility at that point. And that's at the point when you're going to have been ran all the way through the system and come out 23 times more likely to kill yourself. So what does this mean for y'all? Why should civilians care? Not only, just because we're humans and we should care about these things. Our lives aren't more important than civilian lives. I don't believe that. But they're my people, so they're who I'm fighting for, right? But I'm also fighting for everyone else because y'all have loved ones that are vets, brothers of, sisters of, husbands, wives of, mothers of, uncles, daughter, cousins, whatever. We all have a veteran in our life, and most of them could be suffering, right? So these understandings about trauma today came from studying high-risk individuals in a systematic way. They get rolled out to the public, okay? And those understandings lead to new research and breakthrough, okay? Those individuals are veterans because the VA does do one thing well. They study us very well because we're a very controlled group of people. So we realize that we're not the only ones dealing with these issues, and we can help in stigmas about both mental health and drug use. Psychedelic medicine is about integration, and integration means working together. So like I said, finding places in society for vets and those sort of things. These are a few of the things that have been used to study on vets that are now being rolled out to the general public. The big one that we'll talk about here is the MDMA-assisted psychotherapy. The results from the MAPS phase 3 study just came out this week. And that's it right there. Interim analysis shows at least 90% chance of statistically significant difference in PTSD symptoms after MDMA-assisted psychotherapy. This was initially conducted on veterans, and then phase 2 spread it out to the general public. Okay, so I've met a few of the vets that were involved with that. Also, the neurology, they're showing the PTSD brain pattern differences. They're actually the physical damages to the organ that is your brain. It's not just a all in your head situation. Liberty as a treatment option. Not only is psychedelics good for creating these communities, helping with healing these wounds, where I can use these medications at my will and treat myself as I go. And I'm not advocating for any, we'll get into that, but, psychotherapy is important too. Like the MDMA assisted psychotherapy is beneficial for a reason. People are getting things off their chest that they weren't able to talk about before. And so that's liberty, that's freedom. But not only do psychedelics, fall in line with this idea of liberty and ending the drug war and all these good things that we could talk about, free markets and all kinds of cool stuff. It also is falling in line with progressive modern medicine. Okay, these are some of these things that are kind of coming along out of healthcare right now. Patient autonomy is a big one. So making health decisions without influence from physicians or insurance companies or government. I mean, what could be more liberating than going to the doctor and being able to say, I want to try ayahuasca, and they say, I gotcha. Informed consent, that's knowing all the risks and benefits of each treatment. Imagine that veteran that would have gone in and known that if he would have followed that path of healing that the veteran had to offer the VA, that it was going to end up with 23 times more likely for them killing themselves. Would they have taken that pill? I don't think they would have. I wouldn't have, but at least they would have had that knowledge. And if they took that pill, that was their choice. Shared decision making, communicating with everyone involved with your wellness, getting as much info and making the best decisions for you. I mean, this goes in line with free information, and having the ability to figure out what is best for yourself, and your community, and having people around you to support that decision, including your healthcare practitioners. Then evidence-based practice. This is combining clinical expertise, current evidence, and patient values to influence decision making. This is like using my word as this is a treatment option, as a treatment option, because it's not just my word. We could document these results all day. We could take veterans down. We could do PTSD surveys before and after. We could take them down to Peru. We could run these treatments, and we can bring them back, and we could have the results. I know the results. I've seen the results. Not just with ayahuasca, but with things like yoga, meditation, Tai Chi. I actually work with another organization, and we do a lot of those modalities too. And I've seen the before and after results, and they're off the charts. And if you look at the results for like the VA's most empirically supported thing is is prolonged exposure. They have a 50% dropout rate. So when you're talking about 50% won't even finish the treatment, and that's their best bet. So, so these are some of the things that, you know, we can have as tools to help us move forward in medicine and healthcare. And then I'm just going to kind of leave y'all with this. What is more of an industry disruptor than taking care of your own mental health and physical health needs? I am not advocating for replacing your physician. I'm simply advocating for being your best patient advocate. In the information asymmetry of medicine, by learning how the human body and available treatment options work, get involved in changing the bad laws surrounding medicines that could sustainably be grown and consumed at home. The ancients knew these medicines work, and we should end the stifling of the access to these medicines and the information and research surrounding them. And then I'll leave you on my shameless self-promotion slide as well. That's what I'm doing with my business. I want to try to connect people to these modalities and these understandings, give people information, like teach a man to fish kind of mentality, where people can come in and learn about their body systems from professional people and how these mind-body spiritual things work. So.
Well, that's awesome. You know, I think that is great because there are so many people who don't understand. The second you bring up magic mushrooms or psychedelics in any sort of way, they whoa, back up. So that's one of the things I kind of wanted to circle back to. When you talked about cannabis being a psychedelic, how and why does that qualify as a psychedelic?
Well, first, because of the way that it works in your body, especially with your CB1 receptor system, how it has like that dopamine production effect that helps. It's the same thing. Like when you take a mushroom, it fits into your receptors like serotonin, so it's naturally matching your own mind's neurotransmitters. And so it's just hacking your mind basically into thinking that it has more serotonin than it really does. And that's the effect that you're feeling. It's not the actual medication. So just because of the way it reacts, once you start the work, and you have to, I mean, big doses of cannabis in concentrate form and things like that, you can find yourself inducing psychedelic states as well.
Sure, but it takes, unlike Hollywood would have us believe, smoking a joint is not going to make you see anything.
No, and no auditory hallucinations or anything like that. We're just talking only in a very scientific definition of the term.
The chemical reactors. Okay,
right.
So I love talking about all this. I obviously have had my fair share of dealing with the different psychedelics and cannabis in my day. So it was very interesting hearing you talk about how this helps people, especially vets. And that just warms my heart that there's a new treatment that you guys can take advantage of that's not going to destroy your body. and make
Yeah.
you want to commit suicide, you know. I wanted to ask if you think that there is any, as far as microdosing and taking a regular dose of psilocybin mushrooms, do you think there's any benefit to microdosing?
Oh, absolutely. It got me through college.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I was an honor student at that. I absolutely, yes, microdosing mushrooms and LSD has been really effective, not just for me. I know a lot of people that are using mushrooms to wean off of their SSRIs. So because you can't just stop taking your antidepressants,
Yeah.
so they'll kind of turn the dial up on one and start turning the dial down on the other at the same time, and eventually, it takes a couple of weeks. That's it, but it's much easier on the system. Yeah.
Yeah, I've also taken the antidepressants and coming off of those, going on, coming off. It's not, none of it's fun and none of it's easy.
And I mean, I was one of these people that the antidepressants, like they always say, oh, give it a couple weeks and then it'll normalize. And it would never normalize for me. They would start me off on very low dosages, but my biochemistry just couldn't take them. And so I tried it. I mean, even as an adult, I tried to go back to the medicines at some point and I couldn't do it.
Well, I'm so glad that, there's this available, and I will definitely look into your total wellness stuff here because I can never learn enough about this.
Yeah. And that's the thing is we'll have a lot of good information coming out on the website as well. Like right now, it's kind of bare bones, but I do have an affiliation agreement through Pure Prescriptions. So if you click through my website and get to theirs, they have top notch. They're the number one supplement brand in the country. That purchase will help build my business and also help support these. Uh, Organizations that I'm trying to support that are doing hands-on work. One of them is called Vet Trip, where you walk in the door and they have chiropractors, massage therapists, acupuncturists, EFT tapping, aromatherapy, Reiki masters, and the whole nine. They're there doing like this one-stop shop body energy treatment on you, and it's amazing. It's just an astounding experience.
Well,
So
thank you
those are the
so
kinds
much.
of things I want to get people to.
Awesome. I look forward to hearing more about it, and I'm sure we will talk more again sometime. I will probably have you on my show, and
Yeah,
we'll talk
awesome.
offline for sure. So thanks for coming on and being part of the first Taxationist Stuff Fest.
I was supposed to say thank y'all for having me, and I think I forgot because I was like a little nervous at the beginning. But really
Oh, no.
appreciate Dan Berman and everybody in the team for having me. So appreciate y'all. Good to meet you, Dre.
Absolutely. All right, guys, give us a couple minutes. We'll be right back with Sam Robb. Go and do thou likewise.
Oh crap, wrong show. Oh man, this is Taxation at Steph Fest. How's it going, everyone? This is the first time you get to see me really do any hosting, and ignore the terror. My headphones broke yesterday, so now I'm using these. Look, if you've never used Jabra headphones at a job, consider yourself lucky because these are terrible. However, our next guest is not. He's quite the opposite of terrible. He is a lovely man, and I'm doing this one because he's going to be doing like a kind of a religious talk, and I'm the only semi-religious person that's doing this event. So, without further ado, Sam Robb, how are you doing today, sir?
I am doing just fine. Are you hearing me?
I hear you just fine.
Okay, fantastic. So we've
I
got
like this front porch setup you got going on right now. That's
it's
nifty.
it is gorgeous out here. I would be turned around to give you a view of the trees and whatnot, but I was afraid I'd be backlit. So I may have a cat climbing on me at some point. We'll see how things go.
That's a kid. Dre had her cats climbing all over her yesterday. Everyone thought it was adorable.
Um, oh yeah, what was it? A couple of I think it was last week. I did a debate with Dan, and he had his puppy dog, climb up on him, and I'm like, oh man, how do you compete with a puppy dog sitting in your lap, looking up at you, going, oh. So, but yeah, today I want to thank Dan for inviting me to Taxation is Theft Fest 2020, and giving me the opportunity to bring a Sunday morning message. Most people don't realize that I'm a preacher. I teach and preach through our church, and he asked me if I would come and bring a message to you this morning, it being Sunday morning and all. So we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to start in Luke chapter 10, start at verse 25, and this is a story that probably a lot of people have heard at least secondhand, if not actually in a church setting. But we're going to talk a little bit about this. While we're going on, I know we've got comments and chat going on. If you have a prayer request or something that you would like me to remember in prayer after this is done, please go ahead and just in the chat say, please pray for, and be as specific or as vague as you'd like. The Lord knows what we're asking for, and what we're going to Him for in prayer. And hopefully we'll have a little bit of time left over, and maybe I can take a few questions. But with that, let's go ahead. Luke chapter 10, verse 25. And the Bible says, and behold, a certain lawyer stood up and tempted him, saying, Master, what shall I do to inherit eternal life? He said unto him, What is written in the law? How readest thou? And he answering said, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy strength, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself. So we're going to go a little bit further than that, talking here, but one of the interesting things here is you've got a situation where Jesus has been preaching, he's been teaching, he is actually preparing and looking forward to the crucifixion. And it's weird to say looking forward to, but that not in like, woo, yay, here it comes. But this is the culmination of his time on earth. This is what he came here to do. And he has this gentleman, this lawyer comes to him. A certain lawyer stood up and tempted him. Okay, so this is an interpreter and teacher of the Mosaic Law. This is a Jewish scholar, religious scholar, who comes up and he stands up. And I want to give this guy props because he is speaking to Jesus, who is becoming a great teacher, a great leader. People are following. He's got throngs of people, and this guy stands up and says, "Hey, I have a question for you." And the Bible says he tempted him. And the term here, it gets confused, that it's tested. He's basically saying, hey, I want to make sure that you really know what you're talking about. And you can think about that. We do that all the time. We tempt people, we test people. Hey, you've got a new mechanic, you've got a new guy that you've got working on your car, you got somebody doing work on your house. You ask him a couple of questions. You see, hey, do you really know what you're talking about? So this guy says, hey, Jesus, I'm going to give you a question. I want you to tell me, how do I become an inheritor of eternal life? Which is actually a fantastic question on his part, because implicit there is the understanding that, hey, I'm not there yet. I'm not sure that I have eternal life, that I'm going to have a chance to exist and be part of fellowship with God for all eternity. I want to know, what do you think that means? Master, teacher, Jesus, why don't you go ahead and tell me? And Jesus turns it around and he says, what is written in the law? Hey, you're a lawyer. You are someone who studies this. Why don't you tell me, what do you see that's written in the law? And he answers and he gives a response that in Jewish liturgy is known as the Shema, right? It's really it's one verse, but when you're talking about it in Jewish services, it's actually a couple of verses, but starts off in Deuteronomy 6. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. So it's basically saying God is prominent over all. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might. Now he says that, and he goes on and he says, and thy neighbor as thyself, which is interesting. That's not part of the Shema, but it is from Leviticus 19:18. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord. So he's taken two different parts of the Old Testament and put them together and said, hey, this is what it means to be an inheritor of eternity. This is how you become someone who God favors with eternal life. And it's interesting because if you go back to Mark chapter 12, you see that a scribe, one of the temple authors, comes to Jesus and says, hey, what is the greatest commandment? And Jesus answers and says, hey, it's the Shema. Here we go. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one God. But he continues on and says, and love thy neighbor as thyself. So we have here a lawyer, we have a scholar who is actually familiar with Jesus. He knows his work. He knows what his answers were. And he said, he's going to him and he's got a real question. He's saying, hey, I don't have eternal life. How do I get it? And Jesus tells him, you got it. You nailed it, right? You said, love God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might. Love your neighbor as yourself. Hey, you've got it, man. Do that and you shall live. And the lawyer goes on, and the Bible says, and he said unto him, thou hast answered right, this do, and thou shalt live. But he, willing to justify himself, I'm looking at my Bible here, willing to justify himself, said unto Jesus, and who is my neighbor? So now we're getting down to brass tacks. This guy says, you know what? I want to make sure that I am just, that I'm right with God, that I'm doing things the right way. So I'm going to ask you, hey, Jesus, this sounds really fantastic, but let's define terms. Who is my neighbor? It's interesting. He doesn't ask to define love. If you go through the Bible, you can understand very quickly that the biblical definition of love is a selfless commitment to somebody. There's no question about that. So he's saying, hey, I understand what love is. Love is a selfless giving of myself to someone else. Who do I have to give to? Help me narrow things down. And when you think about it, that's human nature. That's what we are. We look at things and think, what do I have to do? What is the minimum that I have to do to get by? What is it that I need, and how much do I have to do in order to fulfill this obligation? What do I have to do to make this work? You know, what's the least that I can do, because I've got other things in my life. If you think we're past that these days, you're past the idea of like, hey, let's narrow things down, let's define things, right? Take a look at any online debate. You get people asking, hey, what's your definition of this? You know, how can we split this hair? Hey, do you have a reference for that? Right? We always want to narrow things down. We always want to nitpick. We want to get down to, okay, what's the absolute minimum? Our desire is to focus in, and God's desire is to open things up. If you look at the Sermon on the Mount that Jesus gave, he talked about things like, hey, if you commit, the law, God's word, the writings, it is written, if thou shalt not kill. But if you hate someone, if you have murder in your heart, that counts in God's eyes. So God always wants to expand things. We want to narrow things down. What's the least I can get away with? God wants to open things up. What is the most you could possibly do? So Jesus goes on and he decides he's going to tell a story. He's going to give a parable. And Jesus answering said, a certain man went down from Jerusalem to Jericho, which was a dangerous road, and fell among thieves. So the guy was traveling alone. He got robbed, which they stripped him of his raiment. They took his clothes. They wounded him and departed, leaving him half dead. So this guy is in a situation now where he's been attacked. He's in trouble. He has been left for dead. The implication here is that he cannot save himself. He is lying by the side of the road. He's bleeding. He's probably got broken bones. He's been bruised. He's been wounded. And he is totally dependent on the kindness of strangers, someone coming along to take care of him. And fortunately, someone does. And by chance, there came down a certain priest that way. And when he saw him, he immediately jumped in and helped. No. We know that that's not the story. We know that that's not the way it works. He crosses the road. He goes over to the other side of the road. So here we've got this priest. And if you go back and take a look at the time of the Roman occupation in Jerusalem, the Romans were very serious about maintaining one thing. They had the right to decide who lived and who died. That was in their court entirely. The Jews had no reason to no authority to do anything like that. That's why when you come to the Passion Week, when you come to Jesus being condemned by the Jewish Sanhedrin, by the court, they go to Pontius Pilate and seek permission to have him put to death, because to put someone to death was to say, hey, Rome, I don't recognize your authority. And that was not a situation you wanted to get into. Aside from that, the Romans, as long as you paid your taxes, as long as you understood that they were the ones in charge, they had control of your life, they let you do what you wanted. And in this case, the Roman religious leaders got to run Jerusalem. They got to run Israel. So de facto, the Romans were in charge, but as long as you paid your taxes, hey, the priests were the ruling class. So this priest coming down the road, he represents not only religion, but he represents government as well. And ironically, in his capacity as a priest, he's the one that offered sacrifices to God. He's the one that went to God routinely and would basically offer burnt offerings and sacrifices. They would pour out wine offerings and beg God for his mercy and for his forgiveness and for his blessings. And yet he was unwilling to make even the smallest sacrifice and cross the road to see about this man. He averted his eyes, he looked away, he went to the other side of the road, and he walked on, ignoring him. The next guy comes along, fortunately, not too much longer after that. The Bible says, and likewise a Levite, when he was at the place, came and looked on him and passed by on the other side. Now, if the priests were the religious and governmental leaders, effectively, in Jerusalem at this time, the Levites were the bureaucrats. They were the administrators. They were the stewards. They used to take care of the temple. They maintained the sacred vessels. They were the ones who would clean. They would open the gates. They would call people to worship. They were the ones who should have understood best of all what the lawyer explained, the Shema, that to love your neighbor as yourself is what God looks for from us as an expression of our love for him. Oh, and that may seem confusing, but I'll be honest with you. I've got 3 girls. If you want to impress me, if you want to show me how much you care about my family, you're kind to them, because they are important to me. So what God's saying here when he says love thy neighbor as thyself, he's saying, hey, these are my people. These are my children. When you love them, you are showing love to me. And when you think about it, the answer that was given, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart. Okay, fantastic. You can't see that. With all thy soul. Okay, yeah, you can't see that either. With all thy mind. How do you read somebody's mind? We can't. What you can do is see how they treat other people. And when they treat other people with love and sacrificial love and that self-abasing desire to help others, you are showing your love for God. And this Levite was someone who should have understood that. That should have been part of who he was. And what happens here is that he goes over to the man. And no doubt this guy is lying there. And he's bloody, he's bruised, he's dirty, he's broken. And he looks up and he sees this Levite come to him, this administrator come to him, this official come to him. And he thinks, oh, thank you, God. Thank you for sending this man who looks upon him and then turns away and crosses to the other side of the road. He leaves him. So this is a man who has been abandoned by the government. He's been abandoned by organized religion. He's been abandoned by the functionaries that should have been taking care of him. Does that sound familiar? This day and age, it does. So now all the people listening to this message, now this lawyer, they know where Jesus is going. Because part of what he has been doing over the last 3 years is he has been excoriating the religious leadership. He has been going after them for being hypocrites. He's called them whited sepulchres, full of dead men's bones. You look good on the outside, but the inside's dead. He's been talking about how they tithe on the smallest amounts of spices, but they also leave their parents destitute by going through legal trickeries in order to temporarily gift their wealth to the temple until their parents die so that they don't have to take care of them. He has been going after. So the people listening are like, oh, here we go. Here's Jesus again. He's going to talk about the religious leaders. He's going to show us just how hypocritical these guys are. He's going to show us how the common man, your common Jewish man, is so much better than these religious leaders. And at that point, Jesus goes on and he says, but a certain Samaritan, as he journeyed, came where he was. And when he saw him, he had compassion on him and went to him and bound up his wounds, pouring in oil and wine, and set him on his own beast and brought him to an inn and took care of him. You got to understand something here. This day and age, in that day and age, Jesus' day and age, the Jews, you had the Jewish religious leaders, you had the Levites, you had your everyday Jews, you had the publicans and sinners, who were Jews that were apostates, whatever, apostates. There we go, got the word out right. They had left the religion. You had Gentiles, who were non-believers, that were considered to be, they're out there, but we have no obligation to them. You had dogs, which were considered to be, vermin. And then you had Samaritans. Samaritans were the lowest of the low. They were Jews who had left their religion and founded another religion, and basically said, hey, we're not going to worship God the way that God said. We're going to worship God the way that we want to, and we're going to mix in elements of other religions. We're going to pull in all these ideas, and we're living literally right down the road from you guys, by the way. They were the neighbors to the Jews that the Jews hated. I had a pastor friend of mine describe this story and putting it into a context that we can understand, to give you an idea of just how much the Jews hated the Samaritans. Imagine we were talking here, and we've got we've got a politician. Oh, a politician. You know, we don't like politicians. We had a bureaucrat. No, we don't like bureaucrats. Modern day vernacular. But a certain Nazi, a hateful bigot, a white supremacist, came where he was, and when he saw him, he had compassion on him. This is the story of the good Nazi. Jesus basically took the most despised person that any of the Jews in his audience could think of. The one that they would be like, yeah, no, there is no way that I am considering that person. I barely even think of them as human. And he said, this is the man who showed more love for his fellow man, who obeyed God's law more than the Jewish religious leaders, more than the temple functionaries, more than you. This is the story of the Good Samaritan. He had compassion. He was moved with pity. He saw this guy and he didn't think, oh my goodness, there's a Jew. You know, he didn't think, oh yeah, holy cow, you know, I wonder if the bandits are still around. I wonder what's going on. He looked at him and was moved with compassion. The idea here is that he was moved to tears. He understood the pain this man was in and said, I'm going to take care of him. The Bible says he went to him and bound up his wounds, pouring in oil and wine, and set him on his own beast and brought him to an inn and took care of him. So he went to him instead of crossing the street, instead of crossing the road, instead of ignoring him, he went to him. He bound up his wounds. He gave him medical care. He saved his life. He poured in oil and wine. The wine is an antiseptic to clean the wounds. The oil to soothe it afterwards, because if you've ever had alcohol poured into an open wound, you know what that stings like, right? So he was not only seeing to the man's health, he was seeing to his comfort as well. And when he was done, he set him on his own beast. He said, here we go. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead. I'm getting down off of my donkey and my beast of burden. I am putting you there. I will walk and let you ride. I'm going to put you in the place of honor and the place of safety. And that's exactly where he took him. He took him to an inn, to a place of safety, and took care of him, saw to his needs. Hey, he wasn't just going to say, dude, yeah, oh man, life is tough. I'm going to pray for you. He didn't say, you know what, this is a horrible situation. We need to get some people patrolling this road. I'm going to start raising awareness about this. He saw a need. He was moved with compassion. And by implication here, he honored God by stepping up and taking care and doing what needed to be done. Verse 35, it says, and on the morrow when he departed, he took out 2 pence and gave them to the host and said unto him, take care of him, and whatsoever thou spendest more, when I come again, I will repay thee. So 2 pence, implication there, would have been about 2 weeks worth of money, 2 weeks worth of lodging. Hey, I'm going to set this guy up for 2 weeks. I'm taking care of his health care. This is voluntary health care right here in Jesus' day. He's making sure that his assistance is not temporary. He's concerned with making the man whole. Not seeing that he's patched up so that he's not dying. Not concerned with, okay, hey, I gave you a little bit of help, now you're on your own. He wants to see him restored to the position that he was in before he was assaulted, before he was left for dead. He wants to make him whole. And one of the things that I love here, the byplay with the innkeeper, where he says, take care of him and whatever you spend, let me keep track of it. And when I come back, let me know. That says something tremendous, not just about the innkeeper. The innkeeper is like, okay, hey man, I trust you. But the innkeeper does trust the Samaritan. Remember, this is a man who is despised by the Jews. because of who he was, because of his nationality, because of his religious practices. And the innkeeper knows him and says, yeah, you're good for it. I know your reputation. I know what you are like. I have seen how you deal with people, and I know that I can trust you. That says something tremendous about the Samaritan. This is Jesus not just saying, oh, by the way, this guy over here that you hate, he came and took it. This guy is an upstanding guy. He is fantastic. He is the friend that we all want to have. And he's someone that you despised. So Jesus finishes up and he looks at the lawyer and he says, which now of these, thinkest thou, which now of these was neighbor unto him that fell among the thieves? So we've got the question put to the lawyer. Hey, how do I inherit eternal life? Well, you love God, you love your neighbor. Oh, Jesus, I understand what love is, but tell me, who is my neighbor? I want to narrow this down. I want to make sure that I'm fulfilling the law, the what my requirements are. I mean, is it the guy next door to me, or maybe I'm feeling really expansive and it's my entire street, right? Who is my neighbor? And Jesus tells a story and says, "You tell me, who was the neighbor here? Was it the priest? No. Was it this Levite? No. Was it the individuals who claimed that they were there to help, who claimed that they were there to see to your needs, who claimed that they were there to do what needed to be done in God's eyes to love their fellow man? No. It was the man that you despised. And here's the thing. Neighbors are neighbors. I can't be a neighbor to Linda down the street and her not be a neighbor to me, because that's what we are. We are next to each other. We are in the same boat. We're in the same area. So when Jesus says, you tell me, who was the neighbor in this story? And the obvious answer is it's the Samaritan. But that means that he's your neighbor now. If he is the good neighbor, if he is the one who loves God and loves man by showing respect and showing pity and showing mercy, then shouldn't you be doing the same to him? And that is a truth bomb. That is something that is tremendous. When Jesus asked that question, when the lawyer answers, he can't even say the word Samaritan. If you're of a certain age, you remember Happy Days, where Fonzie would have to apologize to him. I was robbed. He can't get it out. This is the Samaritan. I can't get it out. The lawyer, I can't get it out. I can't even say Samaritan. That's how much I despise him. He says, he that showed, who was the neighbor? He that showed mercy on him. The guy that showed mercy. What's interesting here is the lawyer, again, he's a guy that's precise with words. That's his life. He wanted the definition of neighbor. He wanted to know where things stood. And he says the one that showed mercy. In the Bible, grace is the act of in giving someone unmerited favor. We're all recipients of God's grace every day. The fact that I'm here talking to you, that I'm alive and breathing, that's God's grace. That's a gift that I didn't earn. That's something that God gave me because he's God, because he is love, because we are his creation and he cares about us. He said, but the Lord here says, he that showed mercy on him. Mercy is withholding punishment that you deserve. Think about what that means. Think about what the lawyer is saying there. He's putting himself in that situation and saying, if I was the Jew on that road, and this man is, God's telling me, Jesus is telling me, this man is my neighbor, and I should have been a neighbor to him as well. Based on where I am, what I understand of the way I've treated the Samaritans, I would have deserved to have him walk by. I would have deserved to have been left for dead by this man. And yet, he who had every right to pass me by and let me suffer and die, took me in, took care of me, bound my wounds, saw to my health, saw to my healing. He showed mercy. So Jesus winds this all up. This whole interaction with the lawyer, this discussion in front of all these Jewish people, telling the story of the Good Samaritan, the story of the good Nazi. And he says, then Jesus said unto him, go and do thou likewise. And when you stop and think about it, that is a pretty big charge. There are people out there that we don't like. There are people out there that we don't care for, whether it's socially, politically, economically, religiously. But we are called to go and treat them with the same love and care that this Samaritan gave to a Jew that hated him. So wrap it all up. Let's give it a couple of points of application here. Hey, what do we get from this story? What do we learn from this parable of Jesus? What do we learn from this question and answer going back and forth with the lawyer? First of all, we need to think different. Whether you're a libertarian believer, whether you're a Christian, or whether you're an atheist, we love splitting hairs. That's human nature. Holier than thou, I'm sure you've heard that phrase. One of the things that you realize when you come into the Libertarian Party is that there's also an idea of I'm more libertarian than thou, right? They're not much different ideas. Hey, I want to show that I'm better than you in some way, shape, or form. And when we find ourselves arguing over definitions like the lawyer wanted to argue with Jesus over who's my neighbor, that should be a warning sign. Do principles matter? Absolutely. Are standards important? Without a doubt. But we often confuse our preferences with principles, and we often use standards to shut out people that we're uncomfortable with. And that is not what God calls us to do as Christians, and that is not who we should be as libertarians. We need to check ourselves. We need to make sure that we are not acting like this lawyer. We need to stop asking legal questions. What can I get away with? What is the least that I can do? What's the definition here? How can I narrow things down? And we need to start asking moral questions and looking for moral answers. What is the best that I can do? What is the most that I can accomplish? How can I do the most good? So we need to stop. We need to think different. We also need to see clearly. Again, whether you're a libertarian or a Christian, whether you're a combination of the two, we need to pay attention to the world around us. There are people that in this world that are hurting. And if you're a Christian, you look at it and you say, hey, there are people out there that are suffering from the consequences of their sin, from being separated from God. And we know what the answer is there. We want to give them the gospel message. We want to tell them that Jesus is the picture of the Good Samaritan. He is the one that came, that showed mercy. He is the one that is going to save us when we can't save ourselves. He is the one that is willing to bind our wounds and take us to a place of safety and give us salvation and fellowship with God. He is the one that's willing to give us eternal life if we are willing to accept it. And if you're listening and you've never come to the point where you've trusted Christ as your Savior, I would urge you, I'd be happy to talk to you. Send me a message. Again, I'll get in touch with you. I'll be happy to give you a call. I'll talk to you about it. But as libertarians, we also have a message that we want to give out to people. That's a message of freedom, of liberty, right? There are people out there that are hurting from government. There are people that are out there that are hurting from what has been done to them, and they think that there's no recourse, that they have no hope. But we can show them that they do. We can mock them. We can tell them they're fools. We can tell them that, hey, you should have known better than to come down this road, this dangerous road from Jerusalem to Jericho. What were you doing, man? You deserve everything you got. Hey, you're depending on Social Security, you deserve everything you get from the government, man. We can mock them. We can be harsh. But if we are willing to put ourselves in their place, if we are willing to put ourselves in their situation and acknowledge that were we there, we would want someone to bring us a message of hope, bring us a message of salvation, bring us a message of, hey, this is how I want to help you. That helps us to see things differently. Just like the lawyer at the end of this saw his life, his relationship with these Samaritans differently. Yeah, the lawyer, you think the lawyer had a different view of Samaritans after this story? I'm sure he did. Jesus gave him something to think of. Do you think maybe if you had a Samaritan in the audience, you think maybe he would have had a different view of the Jews? I think so. I think so. If we're to build bridges, if we are to save lives, whether we're talking about eternal life through the gospel, or whether we're talking about temporal life through exercising our political rights and advocating for limited government, we need to stop looking at people as labels. We have to open our eyes and see them as the people we are called to help, because that's what God sees. Not a priest, not a Levite, not a Jew, not a Samaritan, not a communist, not a Nazi, not a right-wing nut job, not a constitutional scholar, not a all of that. Toss it. God sees people, and he cares about people. And if we want to be right with God, we need to see people the way he does and treat them the way he does. And finally, the whole point of the message: go and do thou likewise. Libertarian or Christian, our charge is to take care of each other. Principles matter. Standards are important. But one of the things that my former pastor used to say, Pastor Kurt Skelly, wonderful man, tremendous guy, and I've heard this first from him, heard this from many other people. We only truly believe that which moves us to action. If I ran into the room that you're in right now and screamed, "The house is on fire," what would you do? Would you jump up and run out? You would if you believed. If you believed what I was telling you, it would move you to action. If you believe what God is telling you here in the story of the Good Samaritan, it should move you to action. What good are principles that are never acted upon? What good are standards that are only used as weapons? Let's stop ignoring the pain and hurt in the world. We do it because it's inconvenient for us to stop. We do it because we stop and we see that someone's not like us, or there would be a bother. We don't stop and take care of people because it would be inconvenient for us, or we don't get anything out of it. Very worst case, we don't stop and help people because they go, they made their bed, let them lie in it. They deserve it. Let's stop being like the world. Let's stop being like everybody else. Let's take care of people regardless of where they are. Let's bring them along. Let's heal them spiritually. Let's help them to understand, as libertarians, what we mean, what we look for, that we want the best for them. Let's preach the gospel. Let's preach the message of freedom. And let's do it not because of who they are, but let's do it because of who we are. Because we love God, because we love liberty, and because people need to hear those messages. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. And we've got a few minutes. So if do we have any comments or questions out there?
Nothing. Like most most of it was just people agreeing with you.
That's always great.
I will say, like this story, this verse that this was all built off of. This is basically my entire faith. Like when
Yeah.
I boil everything down, it's love God, love people, do the best you can, and God will figure it out for you.
Yeah.
Like,
And one of the things that's wonderful about this, you tell the story of the Good Samaritan. I'm sure he screwed up, right? I'm
oh,
sure he did things that he didn't like, right? But he got back up on his feet and he kept on doing the best he could. He kept on trying.
I really feel like you added a lot of layers here because I knew about like the friction between Jews and Samaritans. Like I went to Bible college, I knew a little bit of this stuff,
Uh-huh.
but I never really thought about it in like modern terms where it's how they would have felt about each other is really similar to like how polarized America is right now. The way
Oh, yeah.
you see people treat each other, it's almost there. Like I really feel like if you were a Democrat or a Republican walking down the street and you saw someone who was bleeding on the sidewalk and you knew that they were like the other party, maybe you would just walk on by.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, man, that's eerie because I think we're there, and
Oh, yeah.
we
Imagine
need people.
Yeah, imagine being a situation like that where you've got a couple of really rabid Democrats walk down. They see a guy in a MAGA hat lying by the side of the road,
They probably
or you see a couple of Republicans and they see a guy with the Antifa flag lying by the side of the road. You know, the temptation there is just to say, they're all good. They got what they deserve.
Yeah.
So. No, absolutely. And thank you guys all for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Although I do want to ask. Dan said he should have complied. I need to go back and see what point I was talking there.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what he was talking. I thought, I don't know what he was talking about there. I'll ask him in chat or something.
That's okay. I'll go back and check it. But again, hey, thank you guys for having me on. Thank you guys for Dan. You are doing a fantastic job with Taxation is Theft Fest. Zach, really appreciate you being on and helping host this. If you don't mind, I'd like to close in prayer. That's okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. Father in heaven, Lord, we thank you for this day that you've given us. We thank you for the opportunity that we have to come together, even virtually, and to study your word, to fellowship with one another. And I realize, Lord, that this is for a lot of people who know me, they would look at this and say, wow, you're hanging out with guys talking about weed and LGBTQ rights and all these other concepts that seem so strange to someone who comes from a very conservative background. But Lord, we are all yours. We are your creation. We are your children. And my desire, Lord, is that we would come to understand that we would care for each other, that we would care for one another, that we would show love to each other the way that you would have us to do, regardless of who we are, not because of who we are, but because of who you are. Lord, please be with us as we go throughout this week. This is going to be a very busy time for a lot of us as we deal with conventions and votes. It's going to be a very contentious time as we struggle to try and define who we are and understand what message it is that we have for our fellow Americans. And Lord, I pray that your hand would be upon us, that you would guide us and bless us. Because Lord, our desire is to show love to our fellow man, to preach the gospel message, and to bring a message of liberty to our nation. I ask that you would watch over us, that you would keep us all safe, Lord. And we ask this in your name, dear Jesus. Amen. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Everyone else, we have 15 minutes to the next guest. I'm going to set us up for that. And thank you, Sam, for coming on with us today.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You too. Okay, I got to do that. That. Boom. Oh, I did that thing again. You can see how messy my desktop is.
Well, hello. I am Brandon Kirby, the Drunken Libertarian. Happy as all get out to be here for the Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. We're ready for round 2, and with me here today is Vicky Rose. Vicky, how are you doing today?
Hey, good morning or good afternoon. I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but I'm doing pretty well this Sunday.
I'm on the east coast of the Great White North, so
Well, good afternoon.
and good afternoon. There we go. Yeah. Just by way of a biographical note, I wanted to say that Vicky has been politically active since the 2007 Ron Paul for President campaign, and is currently the Libertarian Party of Mississippi's District 1 representative. She is a mother to 8 children, motivational speaker, and ran for Mississippi State House of Representatives in 2009 as a Libertarian. And Vicky, you're talking to us today about protecting kratom from prohibitionists, how Mississippi fought back against the establishment. That sounds like one of the more interesting talks that we'll hear of the day.
Well, I appreciate that. It's been a very interesting journey, and the story that I'm going to share about how I got involved with it is a little interesting. I'm not a consumer of it myself, but just a little correction. 2019, I ran for State House of Representatives in my district, so just this last year.
Okay, well, sometimes I make stuff up, so you'll just have to bear with me.
Hey, I do the same thing. Sometimes you got to do that.
There we go. So, for the next 45 minutes, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. So I'm just going to give you a little bit more of an introduction to myself. He did do the, introduction to the bio that I had submitted to Taxation is Theft Fest, and I appreciate that. So I ran in 2019 as a Libertarian for State House of Representatives against a long-term incumbent who had been there for, now he's 20 years now. And he hadn't been challenged in, I think it was 12 years. 12 years he hadn't been challenged. And during that campaign is when the kratom issue had come up. And I had contacted the local Libertarian Party in my neighboring county when it came up for them. And I said, hey, you guys need to get on top of this. You need to fight this. And I don't know what happened. It was lack of communication or things just didn't quite, get going with the ball rolling there. But for those of you who are watching this and are not familiar with kratom, some people call it kratom. It's the name, the way it's spelled there is Kratom. And I'm going to give a little bit of background on the issue for those of you who aren't familiar with it. So kratom is a plant. It's for the coffee species, and it is found in Southeastern Asia. And it grows on a tree. It's from the leaf of a tree. And they have been using it there for thousands of years for pain relief, anxiety. And a lot of the people who work out in the fields will use this plant to help them get through their daily lives. And in fact, the employers out there would say that they would much rather have a person be consuming kratom for their pain relief and to help them get through their day in the hot sun and the hot work, rather than somebody that's using, say, another, like an actual opioid. And they're a more productive worker, and they're showing up to the work, and they don't have all the issues that somebody would that is consuming the opioids. So back in the 1940s, the government, I think it was in Taiwan. It's been a while. Bear with me here. It's been a few months. I have a lot of things going on in my personal life, but the government out there banned it because they weren't receiving taxes on the sale of this product. So they were losing income. People were using this instead of heroin, but they were able to receive tax income on heroin. Therefore, it became banned. So it's been pushed around America that this is a dangerous product because it's been banned in the country from where it came. So, oh my goodness, we can't have this. But let's not tell the real story behind the situation. Let's make it look like it's a lot worse than it really is. So it came to America early 2000s, and people, I can talk to them and find out information from them about when they started using it. I've had people contact me that have said they've been using it as early as around 2009, 2010 in America. And in 2016, the USDEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, filed a notice of intent in August of 2016 to say that they wanted to put kratom on the list as a Schedule I substance. And I would like to emphasize the word substance there, because there's something else I'm going to be mentioning in a few minutes. But when they did that, it would take them 2 to 3 years to deem whether or not this product was actually harmful, like a public health crisis. So we're going to ask ourselves, what would have put it on their radar as to why they were choosing to put kratom as a dangerous substance, right along with heroin? And we've been battling marijuana, saying this is a Schedule 1 drug or substance, and it doesn't cause the potential harms that some of these other items do. So it has been used to self-treat issues like opioid withdrawal because it acts on the mu-opioid receptors. It is not an opioid, no matter what the naysayers and the fearmongers might say. It is not an opioid. People have been using it to self-treat symptoms related to chronic pain, chronic anxiety, PTSD. It comes in many different forms, such as dried and crushed leaves, capsules, tablets, like a gum or a resin type thing. And there's also a product for it, and I'll get into that a little bit more later. It's like an energy shot drink that can be found often at gas stations. So a number of states across America decided to start banning this product. So I believe it started somewhere like Wisconsin and Florida and Indiana. And if you look at those 3 states, they are the hotspots of where the opioid crisis actually took off from. And if this is something that's helping people overcome their opioid withdrawals, and this is something that's helping people to deal with chronic pain and anxiety without the side effects that opioids and prescription medications do, you can see the pharmaceutical companies in those states would be pushing to have this banned. So the components of this product, the mitragynine and the 7-hydroxymitragynine, are found to show like anti-inflammatory aspects to them, and an analgesic activity. Can also work, like I said, on the mu-opioid receptors, and then neurotransmitters also, like adrenaline and noradrenaline issues. I'm not a doctor, so I'm just kind of regurgitating a little bit of information, and then also, parroting some of the stuff that I have become familiar with in the past with this. I am not a consumer of this product. I do have a friend, she was an ex-business partner, and she was actually a consumer of this product. And that's why it kind of got on my radar in 2016, because she was consuming it. And we were really concerned for her when the DEA was trying to put this on the schedule. So for about 2 weeks across America, it was actually illegal for anybody to have it or consume it. And they would be considered a felon and possibly be put in jail. They were talking about tracking people who would have this product in their hands, purchasing it online. And consumers were blowing up the phone lines in Washington, D.C. And I believe they even kind of melted the phone lines at one point, because there's so many people who were calling. Thousands and thousands of United States veterans were calling in and saying, I use this for my PTSD. You won't let me use medical marijuana. This is what helps me, get through my issues. And what do we have? We have veterans that are committing suicide, 22 veterans a day, and you're going to take this away from them. And there are many different reasons why these veterans are committing suicide, and pain is one of them. Give them relief. So the DEA said, we can't do this. But the reason why they were choosing to do it in the first place, that they were spouting, was that they had an increased number of calls to the poison control centers. They were using this to justify this without having any government input from any government agencies or any public comment. And so what they said is, well, we've had 26 poison control center calls in 2010. And then in 2015, we have 263 poison control center calls. That's, and I'm not, again, I'm not an expert. I'm not an epidemiologist. I'm not someone who works in that field. But going from 26 calls across the entire country to 263 within 5 years does not seem like a public health crisis to me. And if you have thousands and thousands of people, actually millions of Americans, who consume this product for their own benefit, for whatever relief that they are receiving in their body, I'm not saying that it's actually causing or changing the body in any way, but they are experiencing relief from this product, we should not be banning this. So I would like to also mention that the FDA in 2014 started cracking down on this product, and they actually started banning imports of this product. They actually started seizing packages that were packaged illegally. And I know that our next presenter, Dr. Mary Ruwert, we'll be talking a little about FDA, and one of the things is the packaging. If you have something written on the package inappropriately, it's illegal. You can't sell it in America. And one thing, so I mentioned substance. This is a substance, right? They wanted to put it as a substance. If you look at the Schedule 1 classifications, they call it drugs or substances, things that people can use. And one thing that I find kind of funny in this fight against the people who would try to ban kratom is that they use the word drug. They continually call it a drug. But I'm going to read to you from the Federal Drug Administration itself what they define the word drug to be. And keep in mind that if you call something a drug and they have not deemed it a drug, you could be fined. However, we have the Department of Health across America that are continuing to call it a drug. So I kind of laugh about this. So a drug, as defined by the FDA, is a substance that is recognized by an official pharmacopoeia or formulary, a substance intended for use in diagnosis, cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of a disease. Now, the product of kratom has not fit into any of those categories. It has not been studied. In order for it to be studied, as Dr. Ruhr will even talk about, it has to go through a particular process that the government approves. It will never be considered a drug. However, we have departments of health across the state using the word drug to call this substance a drug that people are consuming for their own health. Now think about it. If you use a drug, there is a certain stigma that is associated with that. I get testimonies from 60, 70, 80, and literally 90-year-old people who sent me testimonies as I worked on this product here, worked on protecting this product in Mississippi, for the consumers to be able to purchase them, for those who are retail to be able to continue to sell the product they have purchased to be able to sell. 90-year-olds talking about using this for their own pain mitigation. Right. There are people who are sitting beside you in the church, who are sitting in the front row even next to you, who possibly could be consuming this for their own benefit, and you not even know it. And so if you say the word drug, it's going to give this stigma. All of a sudden, drug is a sin, right? And we are largely still a Judeo-Christian society in America. And then we also have, the rising Muslim population. And they also have things attached to what is considered a sin, what is and what isn't a sin. And if you are breaking the law, if you're consuming a drug, then you are a sinner and you have a stigma attached to you. So if you start calling this a drug, the health departments, they just kind of know this psychologically. If you start calling this a drug, you're not going to be using this, because more people will tend to not use it because they don't want to be put into that category and classification. And in fact, I had a number of people who were telling me that I can't testify because I'm afraid that I'll be put in jail. So, yes.
Well, testify to what end?
Testify as to the benefits that I am using.
Okay.
That when I use this product, the benefits that I receive in my own body. And so in Mississippi, in 2018, Senator Younger filed a bill, Senate Bill 2475. It did not make it out of committee to ban kratom. 2019, it was a House Bill number 1168 that Representative Jeff Smith out of Caledonia, Lowndes County, Younger is also out of Lowndes County, filed to ban kratom. And so then fast forward to 2020, we had, in 2020, we did have a bill that we fought, and we were able to significantly have some impact as a group of individuals, consumers and non-consumers alike, mostly consumers, but there were non-consumers who were fighting for the right for people to self-preservation, as you will. So the effort started in 2019 in Lowndes County. Prior to 2019, there were a couple of counties across Mississippi who had already banned the sale and the consumption and the ability to have the product in their own localities, their own local governments. And I'm not going to complain about that, because that is, in the libertarian world, we're talking about localism. Adam Kokesh, one of our presidential candidates, will talk about how localism is where we need to be working at the most local level. And that's absolutely true. And I'm not going to complain that local governments are taking their duly given authority to ban a product. However, let's take a look at this. Let's see if this is something that really needs to be taken care of. So we have in Mississippi right now over 30 cities and counties that have actually banned this and put it on a Schedule 1 classification list in Mississippi. So they're saying this is just as bad as heroin or crack, cocaine, anything of that nature. And if you are in possession of the product, or if you excuse me, or if you sell it, you stand to face a fine of $1,000 and up to 6 months in jail.
Wow.
Yes. So in Lowndes County, when in 2019, when it was quite evident that this bill was not going to make it out of committee, Jeff Smith, who lives in Caledonia, who is a representative from Caledonia, who had introduced the bill in 2019, went to the board there along with another private group and said, they call it the task force. This task force, who was met with the Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics, I'm sorry, the MBN, and said, this is deadly, this is dangerous. We've had, what is it? We've had about 18, I think, people who, no, 8 deaths last year. Okay. And this is very deadly. And it's being sold over at the gas stations, over the counter, and teenagers can get their hands on it. And we have to ban the sale of this right now, right away. So they did, with very little public input. And then it went from, so Lowndes County is my neighboring county, and it was actually part of the district that I was running for. My district for State House of Representatives covered a portion of Oktibbeha County, Clay County, and a portion of Lowndes County also. So these were my people. And I am not a consumer, but I saw that this was happening in Caledonia, and then it happened in the city of Columbus, which is the largest city in the city of Lowndes County, in the county of Lowndes County, and is the county seat. And then the county of Columbus decided to ban it, all because this group, this task force, had come in and gone around along with the a sheriff's candidate, Eddie Hawkins, who was a member of the MBN, and he was heading this task force up. And they came to my city. I'm sitting in a city council meeting, and this gentleman, I can't remember his name, Glenn Lautzenheiser, shows up along with Dr. Rhea, who is, he wasn't practicing at the time, he's an orthopedic doctor, and they stood up and they spent 30 to 45 minutes talking to my board of selectmen about how my city needs to ban this product. They're not even from my city. That pissed me off. You're coming into my territory. These are my people in my town, in my community, who are consuming this product. And you're going to tell my board of selectmen what we should be doing in our city because you're afraid of it getting into your town and your community, is ultimately what it boiled down to. Because if we didn't ban it in Clay County or the city of West Point, then people will be able to drive over here 15 or 20 minutes and purchase the product for themselves. And then their police officers are going to be responsible for putting people in jail.
Right.
It's banned completely in the state of Alabama. And my city is about a 30-minute drive from the Alabama border. So
okay,
I noticed that the city selectmen at that moment in time, they said, we're not going to do this. We will have an opportunity for public comment. And then the group went to my county board of selectmen. I was there at that meeting, and I stood up and I gave a 12-minute speech, which was recorded and streamed online, talking about the fact that why should we be approaching this? Why should we be criminalizing something that you consider to be a moral issue? Because at the root of addiction is it's a health crisis. This is and then you
Right.
don't believe that somebody shouldn't be consuming a product. That is your belief. Well, leave that belief for yourself and for your household. But this is a moral issue. Why are we criminalizing something as moral? And I said, you will be turning the citizens of Clay County and into criminals with the stroke of your pen.
Yes.
And the board of selectmen didn't even realize this, because what this group was doing was they were taking the ban that other counties have put into place, like Union County and up in New Albany, and they had said, this is what's working everywhere else, so here, take this. Just put your county name in it and do it. This is what other counties are doing. And I held up this piece of paper with this ordinance, and I said, you are going to turn the citizens of Clay County and West Point into criminals overnight. You're going to put them into jail because they are trying to preserve their own life. The Ninth Amendment guarantees all rights that are not to be given to all individuals that are not exclusively mentioned in the Constitution. And our founding fathers had influence by Sir William Blackstone. And one of those rights that he recognizes is a right to property and self-preservation, to preserve one's own life.
Right. Can you just slow down for a little bit? I'm a stupid dum-dum when it comes to American law. When you say Ninth Amendment, what exactly is that?
Okay, the Ninth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, it talks about, I don't know it verbatim, but the Ninth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America says that all of the rights that are guaranteed, the natural rights to all citizens, to all Americans, are guaranteed, even those are not expressly mentioned here. So Sir William Blackstone was a prominent writer during the time of our country's founding. His writings were actually number 2 behind the Bible. Okay, they were second best-selling writings in America, and they highly influenced the thoughts and the beliefs of how this new country should operate. And so there were 3 absolute rights to the individual that he identified over and over again, and the absolute rights were guaranteed by the Ninth Amendment of the United States Constitution. And Article 3, Section 32 of the Mississippi State Constitution echoes that very amendment. So I told my Board of Supervisors, I told the city Board of Selectmen also, that if you decide to ban this product, you are violating your oath. And I said, there are U.S. soldiers who are in our city, in our community, who are consuming this product to help with their PTSD. We have individuals who cannot go to the doctor. They cannot afford to go to the doctor. They cannot afford to get a prescription for the diabetes medication and the pain that's associated with it. But they're able to consume kratom and pay $25 to $50 a month for that and experience relief. They're not on the medical system as far as drawing disability any longer. So they're not a burden to society any longer. It's a relief of the tax base when it comes to this issue. And they're a contributing member of society. They're happy, they're healthy, and their families are whole again. And you're going to take this from them with a stroke of your pen. Well, my Board of Selectmen said, no, we're not going to ban this. Next week, the City Board of Supervisors, my mayor, when we were in the meeting, I brought Yatin Patel along with me. He is a retailer of the product in my city, and he brought the product with him. The mayor of my city looks at Yatin and he says, are you collecting sales tax on it? Yatin says, yes, sir, I am. And he says, well, that's good enough for me. So they realized that this wasn't as big of a threat, though, as what this group is that's going around North Mississippi. So in 2020, we have another bill introduced by Senator Chuck Younger into the state Senate to ban kratom. It was double referred. It was referred to the Drug Policy Committee, and then it was also referred to Judiciary B. And then it was also there were also 2 sister bills that were submitted to the House in 2020 by 2 different individuals to ban the substance. One was from a county who was already banned, and I don't recall where the other one was from. So they all had the same language and they all had the same intent behind them. So then it went to drug policy also in the House. And that committee is a lot larger than the Drug Policy Committee and the Senate. The Senate has about 52 members in the state of Mississippi, and our Drug Policy Committee had, I think, 11 or 12 members to it. So I'm looking down at the roster and I'm thinking, okay, we have some friends. I know we have some friends with this issue. We have some friends in the Senate who will say no to banning this, but it's very, very strong. The desire to ban this is very strong. Mississippi is a prohibitionist state. We can't even grow hemp here. We're one of the few states in the country where we cannot grow industrialized hemp. They are afraid of people that are going to get high off of it. There's a lot of misinformation about it still. And we're a state where we had, what was it? In 2018, someone in the city of Columbus, again, Lowndes County, who was arrested for 1,200 gallons of having 1,200 gallons of moonshine, who was harmed by the person having 1,200 plus gallons of moonshine, right? And
well, as a connoisseur of Scotch, there is a principle of harm. Moonshine is sub-quality alcohol. We need to raise the quality levels.
Oh, I think some people would move to disagree with you there.
Maybe I wouldn't use the state to impose that, but I insist.
that would be the free market would take care of it.
Absolutely. There we go.
It does a great job of that. So we're in a state where we want to prohibit as much as we can. And I know that we were up against a big fight, and the consumers who had found me because of the Facebook live streams that I had done, they connected with me, they pulled them into their group. Like, you don't even consume this, and you're protecting me, you're protecting my life. But see, the thing is when I stood up to talk at my county board of supervisor meeting, I was the only one there. There were no consumers present because they all had been messaging me, telling me I cannot stand up and speak, because if they see who I am and they see that I'm consuming this, then they're going to come after me if they make it illegal. And I have to take this product. I will find any way that I can to take this product so I can continue to live. This is my lifeline.
Right.
And in the city of the West Point, the same thing. So we go up to Lee County and where Tupelo, birthplace of Elvis Presley, by the way, where they were trying to ban it, and they didn't ban it. What we find is that when we have individuals who are consumers and non-consumers that stand up against this task force that is going across the state, typically it is not banned. There has only been one county where it has been banned, where we've been able to go and speak at. And that was not a county, it was a city. The city of Boonville decided to ban it, and that was back in January. So county after county, we see this ban coming across the state, and we have individuals who are scared that this product is going to be taken away from them. I don't know how long we've been going here. If you could let me know.
Well, I always keen to interrupt at any time, but we've got about 20 minutes left until formally we get to the Q&A. But if you want to go there early, I'm happy to play ball.
No, I just have a list here, and like I said, I can talk for a long time if I need to.
Yeah, I don't think you've ever encountered someone more passionate about opposing prohibition than I am. So the more you want to talk, the happier I am to listen.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. So we ended up we have the KCPA, which is the Kratom Consumer Protection Act. It has been going across various states. I believe Utah was the first one to pass it. The state of Georgia also has one. It's being pushed by the American Kratom Association. So the Kratom Consumer Protection Act actually protects consumers and the retailers to be able to sell this product without banning it. I personally don't like it. That's just my own personal feelings about it, because I don't think that there should ever be regulations being put on a product. I don't think that we should have age limits being put on a product. However, there is the reality, and as I talked to Dr. Mary Roort, who again is your next presenter here, I got on the phone with her. I was talking to her about the synthesization of this product. I was picking her brain on what are some possible solutions? How can we approach this? Because the senator that I was working with, who is on our side in the state of Mississippi, he says, give me some ideas, give me some solutions, maybe possibly that we can actually, make this thing work, some other options, even other than possibly the KCPA. And so I was talking to Dr. Brewer, and we both came to the same conclusion, that the end goal is for people to be able to protect themselves and to be able to preserve their own lives. And if that means that we have to give a little and that they're still able to consume this product and they're not being told no right now, that is the end goal, because people are hurting. And once we can have other legislation rolled back as far as marijuana, ending the war on drugs, until that happens and there are other opportunities available for them, we need to protect this for the consumer as much as we can. So part of the Kratom Consumer Protection Act was to ensure that the products were not adulterated. There have been some products that the FDA has pulled as it's come into the country because it had salmonella in it. The American Kratom Association, the AKA, has said that, well, we need this to ensure that it's not got salmonella. I'm not buying that, because it's already protected that way. We've already seen evidence of that happening in the market. And but they want to be able, again, to protect it in the end. So the individuals who consume this were pushing KCPA, pushing it left, right, and center. And They're looking at the AKA and saying, where are you in Mississippi? We're dying here. We're dying on the vine. So I said, you know, we're going to go down. I have a group of people who I've been in communication with. They've never been to Jackson, Mississippi. They've never lobbied before. They don't know anything. So I said, you know, I'm going to take you guys under my wing. I'm going to show you how to do it. And that's why I wanted to do this presentation here with the Taxation at Step Fest, because I want people to see that there's a process and there's a way that you can implement these steps for yourself. All you need is a group of people who are extremely passionate about a topic, and there's a passion is what drives you. Yes, there's going to be frustrations, there's going to be road bumps along the way, but you have to hold on to your passion. So what we did was we walked right into the state capitol. The bill, we knew which committees it had been assigned to. Committees had not started meeting yet. The legislator had just started, the lawmakers had just started coming to Jackson. They were communicating back and forth, having little bitty meetings here and there, getting a feel for what the bills were. So nothing had been discussed yet. And that's the right time to really start getting in front of your face of your lawmakers. So what we were doing was we were encouraging people. I created a template for individuals. I said, okay, I want you to send this message to your personal senator, to your personal representative. I sent them links how to find out what they were. And then I said, I also we need you to send this same thing along with your testimony about this product and how the consumption of it has helped you. I also need you to send this to all of the members of the Senate committees, the 2 committees it was sent to, and the House committee where it was sent to. And in that process, make sure you're doing it in a BCC, blind copied format, so that it's not being sent to everybody all at the same time. If you get a reply from one of the senators or representatives, it's not going out to an entire list again. It's just a conversation between you and the other Senate person who responded to it. So they did that. And in that process, while they were doing that, 4 of us went to the state capitol and we hunted down the chair of the Drug Policy Committee, who was diametrically opposed to allowing this product to remain on the shelves in the state. He has, Senator Jordan has been in Mississippi politics for almost all of his life. He's a retired chemistry teacher. He has children who are in the medical community. One is a pharmacist. I don't remember the other that are doctors, telling him that this is a very dangerous product. And so he's listening to all this information. Dr. Rea comes in with the Lowndes County Task Force. Glenn Lautzenheiser comes in. The Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics comes in. They have his ear before we get to him. And so we get to him, and he was very kind and very nice. He told us he would give us a platform at a public hearing. Didn't really believe it. And then we move on to a couple of other key members within the various committees. Walk downstairs the first floor. I don't know if you've heard of the name Chris McDaniel, but he ran for U.S. Senate 2 times in the state of Mississippi, very contentious races. And so he kind of, he knows me. We've never officially had met before, but I said to the gals who were with me, I said, you know what, we're going to go to McDaniel's office because he's going to be a friend with us. And he's on drug policy and judiciary be in the Senate, and he's going to help us with it. So we walk in his door. He's getting ready to walk off to a meeting with the governor. And I said, no, we need you for 10 minutes. And he said, well, explain to me what this is briefly. So we explained to him what it was. We talked to him about the product. And he said, you're right, this shouldn't be banned. And he said, I'm going to buy some of it myself and see what happens to me when I take it. And so we had a friend right there, along with Melanie Sojourner, who was a vice chair of the Drug Policy Committee. In the end, the Drug Policy Committee ended up adopting the KCPA instead of banning it, where they actually made a decision rather than just letting it die. But we did have some other struggles. So the AKA was not, they had hired a lobbyist in the state of Mississippi, and the lobbyist was only focusing on the House. And the consumers in Mississippi were saying, why aren't they helping us? Why aren't they helping us? Where is this lobbyist? We have had one conference call with the AKA. They say that they're helping us. We don't see anything. I give the AKA a call. And Mac Haddo calls me back, and he has an understanding that I have been opposed to the KCPA publicly, but I am not pushing anybody to not pass the KCPA. Personally, I'm opposed to it, but I'm not pushing anybody to not pass the KCPA. And so I said, your lobbyist, I don't know what he's doing. Nobody has seen from him. We've been down at the Capitol. We've been talking to people. We can't find your lobbyist. The people that we've been talking to in the Senate haven't heard from him, and it's going to come out of the Senate before it goes to the House. And I said, your lobbyist is not working the Senate. And so he hemmed and hawed about it and said, well, we'll connect you with them. And the lobbyist never contacted me. 2 weeks later, we get information that the AKA is coming to Mississippi. I was sick. I think I had the coronavirus. I don't know what it was, but I was sick. I wasn't going anywhere. But the other ladies showed up there. They're getting the ropes. They're having fun. They're learning how to pull people from off the floor, sending messages to them, talking to them face to face, shaking their hands, handing them packets of information, getting in front of the people, being very aggressive with this, building a little army of kratom anti-prohibitionists for Mississippi. And we were leaving an impression. And this is what everybody can do with every topic that they're passionate about. It just takes a matter of people. And I have 8 children and I'm doing this, y'all. Okay. I have a very busy life. I am a business owner, heal thyself. I work with clients one-on-one online, day in and day out. And if I can do this, you can. You can find time to take off work or however it is that you're going to meet in front of your lawmakers and talk to them about this issue. So the AKA actually came down. I told Leslie, I said, Leslie, tell them that they have to meet with Chris McDaniel because I hadn't met with him yet. I called Chris McDaniel as soon as I found that they were there that day. I said, have you talked to them? Say, no, I haven't talked to them. I don't even know who they are. Okay, that tells you what the AKA is or isn't doing. So they go and they meet with McDaniel. We had a public hearing set up within 24 hours. So as an individual activist, working as a libertarian, I am seeing the value, and I have seen the value, and being pragmatic about something. Yes, we can be staunch and we have to stand our ground about certain issues, but we have to be able to work with both sides of the aisle, work with groups that we might not necessarily totally agree with to get to the end goal. And what people aren't understanding about the libertarian candidate for president, they might sound a little out there with some of their ideas. What people have to understand is that they have to work with Congress, but their ideas can influence some of the things that Congress is doing and turn the ship and steer it in the right direction. Definitely. That's why we don't need to be afraid of even some of the more robust candidates who are being maybe a little on the radical side with some of their stances and what they want to do. So we ended up in the end result of all of our activism. I had sent out emails, I had sent instructions, I sent out pictures even. I created a document that had the pictures of every single senator on the Drug Policy Committee so people could carry it with them and identify them in the rotunda and pull them aside and talk to them. I worked on sending out emails. Okay, this is what happened. Now we had these meetings. Now these are the emails that have to be sent out. Here's a custom email for you to send to your friends and families who are not consumers, who support you in this. This is a custom email. Have them edit it to their liking, but also ask them to send it. Here's a list of people. Here's their Twitter accounts. Here's their Facebook pages. Here's their Insta Messenger. Please be kind. Do not talk to them in a harsh way. Kindness will get you so much farther than people who are talking and calling names and trying to divide. But be passionate. Steer your passion in a healthy direction is one of the most important things that we can do. So what was interesting though was the emails that I personally was asking people to create somehow was getting to the American Kratom Association because I was seeing them send out almost the same exact thing to their email list of thousands of people across Mississippi after I was sending it out. So we can be innovators. What we need in this country are solutionaries, people who are willing to bring solutions to the table. And in fact, one of the solutions that we need, I'll talk about in just a second. I want to tell the story of what exactly happened in Mississippi. So what exactly happened was it passed out of the Senate. The KCPA did. It got to Judiciary B. Judiciary B killed it. They decided not to bring it to the floor, not to send it to the floor, because the Mississippi Department of Health was in their ear telling them that this is bad, 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 bad. The Drug Policy Committee met the same day as Judd B. in the Senate. The Drug Policy in the House met the same day, same time. So while the AKA was upstairs with the Senate Judd B., we were downstairs in the House Committee listening trying to talk to them and hear what they might be saying about, they decided to not even take up the issue. They decided to just table it. And then it gets out of Jud B, and they said, we're not going to do anything with it. So that means there's no Kratom Consumer Protection Act. I find Dana Criswell in the rotunda, and I said, because he was on House Drug Policy Committee, I found him at about 11 o'clock in the morning, and I said, they decided to kill it. There's no protection for kratom in Mississippi. And he was just like, and he said, well, the problem in the House, Jud B, is that we've got counties that are talking to us, and they want something different than just the case. They have concerns of the Kratom Consumer Protection Act, that it doesn't do enough for restrictions. So we're still fighting prohibitionists in Mississippi. We get out of this. We get out of all of the goings-ons, I guess you could say, of this, and we find that Boonville decides to ban it after we had spoken with them. And there are the task force, I think, is, we're still inundated right now with the coronavirus. We're trying to keep on top of it, see what people might be trying to do under closed doors. And there's something really interesting when you bring up coronavirus. There's something really interesting about some of the aspect of the product of kratom, the mitragynine. It does have it actually does have a component to it called quinolizine. Does that sound a little bit familiar to you?
Quinolizing?
Quinolizine,
no?
So you've got the HCR, the chloroquine, the hydrochloroquine, the HCR that President Trump was talking about.
Okay.
The dichloroquinoline, which is a product of the HCR, which is a component of the HCR, is in the same family as quinolizine, which makes up part of the components of mitragynine. Now, I don't know if they are in the same family, if they have the same effects, but there have been some people who have talked about the possibility that this product itself could have a little bit of benefit for the immune system for individuals with this virus. There's no evidence for it. Some people have questioned that. I just kind of bring that up as a little, interesting fact there. One of the concerns that we have in Mississippi when it comes to kratom, other than it being trying to prohibit it, the attitude toward it, calling it a drug. If you're on parole and you're found with kratom in your body, even though it's not on the schedule as a Schedule I substance, you're thrown in jail. You come out of prison, possibly having used other types of harder drugs, and you need relief or you need anxiety relief. We know that prison life isn't exactly easy for somebody. It can bring a lot of post-traumatic stress to an individual, anxiety and grief and other chronic pain that people might have been dealing with. They get out of jail, they're on parole, they're going through their drug testing. If they are found with kratom in their system, they are thrown back into prison. In fact, I don't know if you're familiar with the issues that we've been having in Mississippi with the prison deaths. Back in January, we had riots, we had prisoners dying left, center, and right because of the conditions in Parchman, one of the oldest prisons in the state. One of those prisoners who was killed was put back into jail because he had kratom in his system.
Really? Wow.
He was in his mid-20s. We are killing people with our policies.
By sending this to the black market, it's deadly.
And if we send it to the black market, it risks being adulterated, right? As with anything. Yeah. And that's one of the things that the Kratom Task Force is going, the Lowndes County Task Force is going around the state saying. So we have energy drinks, and you can pull out. There's two main components that help with the benefits that people are, why they're consuming it: the mitragynine and the 7-hydroxymitragynine. The 7-hydroxymitragynine is a product that is being pulled out from the plant and isolated and being put into these energy drinks. Sometimes it's combined with some other herbs, and it's being sold over the counter as like an energy shot and an energy drink. So the Lowndes County Task Force, when they started going across the Golden Triangle, which is the area where I live, and talking about this product, they said, one woman said, my husband was spending $600 a week on this product. Well, our little group of activists or anti-prohibitionists Army contacted this ex-husband. He actually was consuming other products. He told her he was consuming kratom because he didn't want to go to jail because he was addicted to other substances.
Oh, I see.
And so the FDA, the CDC are coming out. They're saying we have 100 deaths to kratom-related deaths. I stood in front of the public hearing at the state capitol when they had it. We had people on both sides of the aisle. We had people testifying, saying that it's hurt them or it's harming the state. We had doctors testifying, drug agents testifying how bad it is. And then we have people testify with their testimony of how it's helped them get their life back, time after time after time after time.
Wow.
And this gentleman who had the other substances that he was using, that's his choice, right? But other than that, he was lying, right? So it's all based on a lie. The story
Addicts tend to do
is based on
that.
a lie.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying the story to sell the idea that we need to ban this is based on lies that people are spending $600, $700, $800 a month. So
Right.
One of the things you're saying is that it's like morphine. If you look at the studies, it takes 250 of those little shot bottles for it to be like morphine. One bottle is like $15 or $20. No one's going to consume 250 bottles in one sitting so they can have the effects of morphine. But one of the things that they're also saying is that it's, kratom deaths. These are kratom related deaths. And 60% of the cases of these deaths, they're actually found to have been died by a heroin overdose.
Yeah, something in addition. Do you
Yeah.
mind if I pick your brain for a couple of minutes here? You've
Would
thought
love
about
it.
this a lot more than I have. Can I just ever so briefly get you to take the side of the devil on the argument on this one? What are the harmful, the deleterious impacts of this drug?
I love the question. It's a really good question to ask because nothing is perfect.
Yeah.
And everybody's body chemistry system is different. Everybody's gut microbe system is different. Everybody's going to respond differently to a product from one to another. The woman who was our business partner who was using this product, she was consuming over 3 tablespoons a sitting. That is an exorbitant amount. The people that I'm traveling with are consuming 2 teaspoons at a sitting. And she was having a lot. She actually ended up with seizures because she was taking way too much of this product. She ended up with, I think, some heart issues too, and she was very aggressive due to the overconsumption of this product. But there have been people who have gotten off of alcohol addiction. Like I said, the opioids, prescription medicines and whatnot. And she actually started consuming the kratom because she was coming off an addiction to alcohol. There are other people who will talk about the impacts of the heart, that it can, because it is like adrenaline or noradrenaline properties to it. Again, all body systems are different. And so the impact to the heart is nothing, it is of the coffee family. So it's like the caffeine impact.
Right.
It's like somebody drinking a lot of energy drinks.
It's bad for the heart.
It is. So you're going to tell me that. So this is one of the things that Senator Jordan was saying. It's bad for your heart. We can't have it on the shelves. Or are you going to take off all of the energy drinks and the Monster drinks?
Yeah, they'll have to be inconsistent. The coffee drinkers will revolt.
Exactly. And then it also causes some stomach upset. So if you take a little bit too much, you might get some stomach upset. Some people talk about it maybe possibly causing some constipation if you take too much. It's kind of like dosing yourself for trying to figure out. Because it is not regulated by the FDA, there are no dosing requirements that we can put on labels. They can suggest things. I guess and Dr. will talk about that. I don't know if she will or not, but I know she talks about how FDA harms, and this is one of the harms. When we can't put something on a label, so we can have a an accurate way because they deem that we can't, because there haven't been studies done to it that fit their narrative. There haven't been all of the rigorous trials that they require, and the billions of dollars is going to be required to spend on research in order for this to be able to be put on the market in a way they want. This is nothing more than myself going to my backyard, pulling off some pine needles off the pine tree, putting them in a cup of tea and choosing to drink the tea for the benefit of the vitamin C. It's, it's something that I can choose to do for myself. Can I overdose on vitamin C? Absolutely.
Right.
And it's up to me to be self-aware with that.
Okay. In terms of a libertarian framework, and we can omit any sort of government overreach for all the anarcho-capitalists out there, the voluntarists. I think I'm one of them. But omit the government overreach, assuming it's just your private property. Where is it that you draw the line? I wouldn't be comfortable with somebody doing meth on my private property. I don't think I'd be comfortable with that. But I certainly don't have any sort of a problem with somebody smoking weed. And from what you're describing here, it sounds like the cost-benefit analysis is definitely worth it for this product. Where would you draw the line as a private property owner, where you'd say, you know what, I don't know that this is couth?
It's up to the individual. I mean, a business owner can decide to sell it or not sell it.
Right. But you're an individual, so, and you're smarter on this than I am. So where would you draw the line?
For me, for allowing it in my home?
Yes.
I guess if there was somebody in my home that was within my family unit who was consuming the product and they had the experience that it seemed like they were unhealthy with it, that's where I would draw the line. I would, hey, I care about you, I love you, and I want to make sure that you're not going to harm your body so that you can live the best life that you can. Let's find out ways that we can maybe, if you still want to consume the product, that's great, but let's find out ways that we can maybe ramp this back. As far as, so are you asking about any substance, or are you talking about this substance in particular, I guess?
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking of how lethal fentanyl can be compared to marijuana. Like, clearly there's a gradation of harm. But like if I had a tenant, for example, that just loved to smoke meth, and we saw all of the negative impacts that are normally associated with meth, not somebody who's perhaps doing it reasonably, but all the harmful impacts, I'd say, well, hold on. But I don't have, as a libertarian, as a voluntarist, I don't have a rubric in my mind where I draw the line ever so neatly.
I think it's a case-by-case basis, really, quite honestly.
Yeah.
And when we're self-governing, that's what self-governance is. Taking every situation in life and every circumstances on a case-by-case basis. Because no two families are alike, for example.
Right.
My relationship with my 19-year-old daughter is not the same as my husband's relationship with my 19-year-old daughter. He has to approach her in a different way than I would, right? So we have to be true and reasonable. As I'm going to throw out another presidential candidate in the LP, as Serene Ardelano would talk about, being reasonable, not reacting based off of emotions, but pausing for a moment and looking at the situation with reason and saying, okay, yeah, this is my house or this is my property. You might want to do that, but I own this property. And I'm not going to accept this on my property. If you want to do that, go ahead and go over there and someplace else where that's fine. But this is my property, and I just don't want this here.
Well, one last question, and then we'll have to call it wraps. You're talking about age limits. Are there any sort of age limits that you would impose yourself within your own private property jurisdiction?
You're talking about, again, the topic is kratom here. Are you talking about any particular product?
With kratom.
With kratom, no.
Oh.
My children, I'm responsible for them. And if they need anything for their personal health and well-being, I'm going to give that to them as far as dosages and recommendations, I'm not going to hold that from them if I feel like it could benefit their body in any way.
Like if they're having seizures.
Correct. So the age limits that they were trying to put with this bill was for the purchase, not the consumption of. The age limits was for purchase, not for no one under the age of 18. I guess I can understand that. And then one of the places that sells like the powders here in my community, it's a smoke shop. You're not going to get in there unless you're 21 anyway.
Right. But if you had your own business, would you sell it to somebody who's let's say 12?
I probably wouldn't.
Okay.
My own personal views is that something that should be a parental thing for them. Now, say they're like 16, 17, 18, maybe I might put them through a rigorous a question thing to see if you're aware of, the impacts of this, and then, okay, you've got this. That's how I view it. Again, personal responsibility, self-governing. And if I believe that everybody should be make educated decisions before they make a purchase or allow something to be put into their body, I'm going to act that way toward other people. If I believe that you're 16 or 17 and you're probably old enough to make some decisions for yourself, but I want to know that you're making an educated decision about this. I don't know. But then I have other thoughts going through my head and well, why not? Why would I do that? So I guess, I don't know. I'm not in that situation.
Right. But I see what you're saying. There very quickly becomes a gray area. Are there any sort of concluding thoughts, anything that we've omitted that you were hoping to add?
I would just like to ask that everybody be diligent with what it is that you're passionate about. We don't have to sit on our hands or at our keyboard doing things. We have to be physically present, physically in front of our lawmakers. If we're sending them emails and making phone calls, that's one thing. But when you physically show up, you take the time, not just where they are in their town, because that's easy. When you physically go to the place that they have to go to do the work of the people, it shows them that you're passionate about this and that you care. You need to find a way to make it work, to do the footwork. If we are going to keep this republic, we have to work for it.
Or the Confederation, in my case.
That's right.
It's all good. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Vicki. It's a really important topic, prohibition and overreaching tyranny on issues that some people haven't really bothered to understand, and they still want to make laws on it. Thank you so much for your passion on this. It's been a really informative talk, and certainly lighting a fire to get in front of some of the lawmakers for those of us. Well, thank you. Appreciate it, Vicki, and have yourself a great day.
Have a great Sunday. Thank you.
You too. Bye now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the first annual Taxation is Stuff Fest. I am your host, Dre, from Drunken Disorderly Media, and I am learning so much today about so much stuff, especially alternative medicine. And today we have learned a lot so far from the folks we've had on, from Andy Melder. He was great. I'm going to have him on my show so I can learn some more. We did not have enough time for him, but help me welcome Dr. Mary Ruart. Mary Ruart is a PhD libertarian research scientist and ethicist. She currently chairs Liberty International and is the author of best-selling international Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, Short Answers to the Tough Questions, and Death by Regulation. And Mary is here to talk to us today about death by regulation.
Well, hi, Doreen. Hi, everyone.
Hello, it's nice to see you again.
Yes, it is. It is. It's good to be here. I'm going to get right to it because I have so much to share. I'm going to start by sharing my screen. Let's see. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see. Can you see it? I'm having trouble doing that. Are you seeing the slide, Death by Regulation?
Sometimes it takes a second. Zach, here we go. Zach, join the show. We're supposed to be sharing the screen.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so on StreamYard, you need to go and click screen share at the bottom of your screen, and it'll pop it up into. Okay, so it'll give you a pop-up that'll let you select which screen you're sharing, and then you hit OK.
Let me try that again then. Share screen. Let's see. Oh, I see. I have to hit share again.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not taking for some reason. Well, I may have to do this without my PowerPoint, which is going to make it a little more difficult. Let me cancel it and try again.
Can you if you can email it to me or message me on Facebook with the file, I can pull it up and you can go off of that.
All right, let's do that. So
I'm going to drop back down and you guys can talk while you do that.
All righty. Well, go ahead and give me your email address in just a second here, and I'll
put it in the private chat.
All righty. And so your email address is?
I'll put it up there in the private chat to the left. There you go.
Private chat to the left. Okay, let me go
Right
back
there.
and get out of this. Technical difficulties, always so interesting.
Like we have been very, very lucky. I meant to mention before what a fabulous team we have working tirelessly behind the scenes to make this all come together and function and work properly. I cannot imagine what's doing that. I don't even know everyone involved, but thank you all.
Let's see. Well, I'm having a little bit of trouble here. Do I just paste it? A copy and paste it into the chat room?
Yeah, that would be fine if you can do it that way.
Let's try it. Let's try it. It's not giving me a paste option, even though I copied. Let's try this again. There we go. I think maybe it just didn't take. Okay. No, I am not able to paste it. So I'm not sure what to do there. I'll just do it without the PowerPoint for now. So basically, what I'm going to talk to you about today is Death by Regulation, which is the title of my latest book. And I'm going to explain why and how the FDA has taken 5 to 10 years off each of our lives. And the second thing I'm going to talk about, if that wasn't horrible enough, is how the FDA has really made it very difficult for us to get through the coronavirus and possibly has caused more deaths than we otherwise would have had. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about how this happened. In 1962, the Kefauver-Harris amendments to the Food and Drug Act were passed. It gave the FDA so much power over pharmaceutical development. It's almost unlimited because these amendments were open-ended, so they increase every year. And because of that, every year there's more and more regulation, not just in the drug industry, but in medical practice, and in the supplement industry, because the FDA has extended its reach into these areas because of the way the 1962 amendments were framed. And you'll see a little bit of this as I go on. One of the first things that happened is the time that it took for a drug to get from the lab bench to the marketplace increased dramatically. Prior to the amendments, it only took about 4 years on average. Starting in the 1960s, that number increased until finally, at the turn of the century, it was up to 14 years, an additional 10 years. Now, as you might imagine, if people have to wait 10 years more for life-saving drugs, some people are going to quite literally die waiting. And that's what was happening with the AIDS epidemic. I was working at the Upjohn Company at the time. We were actually working on treatments for AIDS. And what was happening is the AIDS patients had figured out they couldn't wait for the FDA to approve these new drugs. So they hired black market chemists to make the very things we were working on in the pharmaceutical industry. Of course, this was in violation of patent law. It was in violation of FDA regulations, but they made them anyway, circulated them throughout the AIDS community, and did a pretty good job because they, of course, kept track of some safety concerns and tried to make sure that people who were taking these drugs knew all about it. Now, if you watched the award-winning movie, Buyers Dallas Club, you saw how the FDA actually went after some of these very sick people, especially in places like Texas, where the people who were running these buyers clubs didn't really have a good connection with the media. In California, they did. So they left the ones in California alone, because if you think about it, had the media reported that the FDA was persecuting and prosecuting sick people because they were trying to save their lives with unapproved drugs, there would have been a big embarrassment for the FDA. So they ignored those people. But anyhow, you can kind of see what happens when people can't get access to drugs that are in development because of all this regulatory hoop jumping. They risk going into the black market to get them. And this is still happening today. We have patients with ALS trying to manufacture these pharmaceuticals in their own kitchen, which is not an easy task and actually very difficult. So this is really a horrible thing to be happening. And because we know approximately how many people are saved by the drugs already on the market, we can do a quick calculation and get a feel for how many people have died waiting. The number is 15 million Americans. And of course, it's not just Americans that are dying, because what happens in the US ripples out into the world. Almost half the drugs in the world are started in the US. So what happens here ripples out into the world. 15 million Americans are more Americans than have died in every war, including that one of our country's founding, the American Revolution. Sadly, I'm only beginning to tell you the sad story of how regulations kill. But we'll get into that in a little bit. Because first, before I tell you more bad news, I need to tell you what this delay has done to drug pricing and drug innovation. So let's talk first about the cost of getting an FDA approval. Basically, the cost of FDA approval is going up exponentially, even though the time to market has plateaued out at about maybe 13 years due to some other tweaking of the law. The cost of getting the FDA approval is going up exponentially. Why is that? Well, manufacturers cannot recover their costs these days unless they had a patent. It was different when I started in the industry. Upjohn was actually developing drugs. It didn't have patents, but with all these costly regulations, the only way a company can try to recover its cost is by having a patent. And so that has become something that a drug doesn't get developed without. So the patent window is narrow. The company only has a few years to recover their costs. So what they do is they have to shorten this timeline, which actually would keep increasing because the FDA is always putting in new more regulations. But instead, the companies do a very inefficient way of development. For example, the normal way they would do it is give single doses of their drug to animals, wait until they saw which dose was very toxic, and then they would do a multiple dose study at that toxic dose or a few less than toxic doses. But now they might start doing the multiple dosing at the same time as a single dose and just add more and more groups. Well, this is very costly, but it does shorten the timeline. So there are a lot of inefficient things that happen because of this. Now, as you might think, as a libertarian who knows some economics, if the cost of FDA approval keeps going up, and that is the biggest single cost in getting a drug to market, you would think that the cost of what we pay at the pharmacy, the price of new drugs, and now I'm talking about new drugs that are unique, not new drugs that are maybe an oral form of an intravenous drug, for example, or a different dose. But totally new drugs are going to be very costly. And if you track the cost of what we pay at the pharmacy for a new drug and plot it against the cost of getting FDA approval, you find it's a straight line. The cost of FDA approval is what is driving high pharmaceutical prices, not corporate greed. All corporations and stockholders are greedy. Why can the pharmaceutical companies continue to raise their prices until insurance can barely cover it? Well, the reason is they have to pass these costs on to consumers to stay in business. And even so, only 2 or 3 out of 10 drugs today recover their development costs. 2 out of 10. 3 out of 10. Basically, the whole industry is based on blockbuster drugs. This is very dangerous. It means the industry is in a position where it could collapse very easily without these blockbusters. Now, if you look at all this data and you calculate what the cost of drugs at our pharmacy would have been if the trends that were apparent in the early 1960s had continued versus the trends of this exponential increase due to the 1962 amendments, what you find is that drugs would be about 5 to 10% in cost of what they are today. So if we went to the pharmacy and the drug was $100, we'd today only be paying $5 to $10 for that same drug. So you can see now why drug prices are high. But let's get back to this whole idea of how we have lost 5 to 10 years of our lives because of these regulations. Because, there may be some reason to think it might be worth paying for high costs if we had safer drugs. But in fact, we don't. And you can see this very easily because prior to the amendments, the FDA would approve a drug and then some would be found to be unsafe and they would withdraw them from the market. And they withdrew about 2.5% of the drugs. After the amendments, they're withdrawing about 3.3%, higher. The promise of the amendments that fewer unsafe drugs would get to market. But if anything, more unsafe drugs are getting to market. In fact, some studies are saying that, the 5th or even the 3rd cause of disease or cause of death in the country today are due to properly prescribed pharmaceuticals. And we'll if we talk about the reasons for that, what we see is that there are reasons to think that drugs are less safe today. And to kind of share that with you, the reason that is, not to get too technical, but again, today's drugs require patents, which usually means they're not natural products. And that means that the body isn't used to seeing them. So it has to really gear up to take care of them. And today's drugs are primarily for years of use, maybe even a lifetime, because the only way that the manufacturers can recover costs is to have you take a lot of them. And as you see, even with that, they're still not recovering their costs. And then, of course, doctors, having a bigger portfolio of drugs to prescribe, are prescribing more drugs to people. And then these drugs interact in our bodies in ways sometimes we can't predict. And so that interaction often causes a problem. So we haven't gained any safety with these amendments. We've had big costs, both in life and money, but I'm just getting started on the life part. I hate to tell you all this bad news, but we need to know it. We need to know what the situation is before we can fix it. So one of the other things that is causing us to lose years of our lives to these regulations are the loss of innovation. And we have lost at least 50% of our innovations. Why is this important? Well, if you think about it, the founder of the Rothschild dynasty died of a simple infection that penicillin would have cured, but because penicillin hadn't been discovered then, he couldn't take it, no matter how much money he had. And that's the thing. If you don't have innovation, then you can't buy a cure if it hasn't been invented, right? And I say at least a 50% loss because these are what we call late stage losses. They happen after the company has been developing the drug for many years and then realizes it's not going to make enough money on it, and they drop it before the most expensive part comes. But we have a lot of loss of innovation even before development starts. And I'm going to tell you a personal story about that. When I was at Upjohn, the FDA called me up and said, "Oh, Dr. Ruart, we're so excited. You've just filed a patent for prostaglandins and liver disease, and we want to help you get this to market because there isn't anything for this kind of liver disease. And 100,000 people die every year. So we want to help you get this to market." Well, being young and naive, I thought that would make a difference. But it truly didn't, because the problem is when you find something that will treat a disease that no one else has been successful in treating, you need to know what dose to use. And even if you've done work in animals, you don't always know the dose in humans. In fact, you rarely do. You don't know how many times a day you have to give it. You don't know how many weeks or days or years you have to give it. And in the case of liver disease, it takes years to become a big problem. It might take years to reverse it. And if we didn't guess right on all of those things the first time we did a human study, even if the drug was effective, it might not show the statistical significance that the FDA required. If that happened, we would have to start all over because we needed 2 US human studies to show statistical significance of 0.05. 0.1 wouldn't have been good enough. So when we made the calculation and looked at how long our patent life was on our prostaglandin, we quickly realized that unless we guessed right the first time, the prostaglandin would be off patent by the time we marketed it, and we would not be able to recover our costs. Today, most drug companies make this calculation very carefully before they start development. So if we're losing half of our innovation in late stage development, when they made that calculation and thought they were okay, you can imagine that we've probably lost maybe closer to 80% of our innovations. But let's just assume for a moment we only lose 50%. And let's assume that those lost drugs are not even as effective as the ones we have on the market today. let's say they're only 25% is affected. Then, if that's the case, about 27 million people have died since 1962 in this country because of loss of innovation. Another way of saying that is each of us have lost 5 years of our lives to the amendments. So where does the other 10 years come from? And where does the other 5 years come from? Because in the beginning, I said it was 5 to 10 years of our lives we were losing. Well, interestingly enough, as I told you earlier, the change in medical practice and the change in the supplement industry that the amendments brought have inhibited our ability to understand what nutritional things might actually prevent disease. And I'll just give you a few examples to show you. You know, when I was working in the laboratory, this was way before you could genetically manipulate animals. So the way we wanted to look at animals was we wanted one with a disease, but they were healthy. We had titrated all their vitamins, minerals, all of their nutrients, and these rats were very healthy. So what could we do? Well, we knew a lot about nutrition, and we knew if we took away one of their vitamins, depending on the disease we wanted to create, we could make them pretty sick. And that's exactly what we did. If you think about this for a moment, there's a big lesson to be learned here. Optimal nutrition keeps you healthy. And so the researchers all exercised, took vitamins, kept their weight down, didn't smoke, didn't drink, while the physicians in the company who weren't aware of what was going on in the research labs, at least not in that detail, didn't have those practices. So the lesson is that nutrients are very, very important to our health. And that's why it's very detrimental when the FDA says that the vitamin manufacturers cannot advertise the health benefits of their vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients unless they go through this 14-year development process. And the FDA, of course, blesses that program and approves the nutrient as a drug. Well, these things generally don't have patents, or the patent's gone if they ever had one. So, of course, nobody can afford to do that. Another little story from my Upjohn days. I was sitting in an airplane with one gentleman, and he talked to me about these compounds we were developing, these drugs called lazeroids. They were called lazeroids because they seemed to do just about everything to help people stay healthy. And at least in our animal studies, that's what our belief was, that it would help people stay healthy. And we named it after Lazarus, you know, the biblical person that Christ raised from the dead. He wanted to get some of these. So I asked the project manager, can we give him a compassionate use exemption and give him lazeroids? And he said, no, we can't do that right now, but just tell him to take a lot of vitamin E because it will do the same thing. Well, if vitamin E could do the same thing, why were we spending an average of $2.5 billion? That's today's number. Back then it was probably closer to 500 million. Why were we spending all this money developing lazeroids? Well, the reason was, of course, that we couldn't have gotten our development costs back otherwise. One other story. So, and this one is not from my personal experience, but today, if you're on statins, you're probably taking coenzyme Q10, which is a natural substance that your body makes. And that's because when statins are detoxified by the body, it depletes the body of CoQ10. That's our abbreviation for it. And so you have side effects. But if you take CoQ10, those side effects generally don't come up. And we'll talk about that a little later too. Now, in the early 1980s, we knew that a B vitamin, folic acid, could prevent neural tube defects in babies. These are horrific defects. Most of the children are institutionalized if they don't die. Many are aborted because you could test for it in utero. But the FDA told the folic acid manufacturers, if they even mentioned this in their advertising, that they would be prosecuted. Fast forward to 1992, and the Center for Disease Control started going, hey, women of childbearing age should be taking folic acid regularly. That way, we can basically wipe out these neural tube defects. The FDA told the folic acid manufacturers, if they even referred to the CDC's recommendation, they would be prosecuted. Meanwhile, in other countries, the governments and the folic acid manufacturers were telling young women about this because you need the folic acid in the first month or two of pregnancy when you might not even know you're pregnant. And so consequently, they reduced the number of neural tube defects they had. And since if you take this, you take the right amount religiously, you can almost wipe these out entirely. This is a very big thing. The FDA decided, well, okay, we won't let the folic acid manufacturers tell young women about this, but what we'll do is we'll make all the grain manufacturers put folic acid in their products. And so they did. But of course, everybody eats differently, so some women weren't getting enough folic acid still, and there was very little impact of this regulation on the reduction of neural tube defects. So as a consequence, somewhere between 10 and 25,000 babies were needlessly born with these birth defects or were aborted. It's very sad. And I could go on, but I'm not going to because time doesn't permit me to do that. You can learn more, of course, in my book, Death by Regulation, or you can ask me more questions later in the Q&A. So this is how the FDA has taken, in my opinion, another 5 years off our lives. It's very hard to calculate. There aren't studies about how many years of our life can be saved by nutrients, although one researcher estimated that doubling our vitamin D levels might increase our longevity 2 years. So I'm going to tentatively suggest that somewhere between the 5 years that we've lost by the delays in getting a drug to market and the loss of innovation, we probably have lost somewhere as much as another 5 years by losing this information on prevention. Very sad, very sad. So of course, my recommendation, not surprisingly, would be to repeal the amendments, make FDA approval unnecessary for marketing, and turn the FDA, if we have to keep it, into a certifying agency. So they could put in their 2 cents, so to speak, and consumers could listen or not. And indeed, the Heartland Institute, another libertarian organization, has a less radical proposal that actually could get traction. It's called Free to Choose Medicine. And what it does is it says, okay, if the drug has gone through the FDA required safety phase 1 testing, and just one study where you're looking at some efficacy, but it's not a full-blown study like I was talking about for liver disease before, then a manufacturer could choose to go in the free to choose medicine track, which would never require FDA approval. They could at any point when they were satisfied with their studies go ahead and sell their product. So you'd have a 2-tier development plan, and one of the requirements for free to choose medicine would be that manufacturers post their data. Not as radical as my idea, but certainly one that I think I'm mentioning because it could get political traction, and I wanted you to be aware of it. So I want to get to the second part of my talk. If the FDA has shaved 5 to 10 years off our lives, what did it do in the coronavirus situation? Well, you can probably guess that it wasn't very helpful. we knew we were probably going to have a problem with coronavirus because other countries had. And other countries were making test kits that we could have bought. In fact, in mid-January, one of the German companies shipped 250,000 kits to the World Health Organization. But in early February, our FDA said, nobody can import tests. The only test kit you can use in this country is the CDC's, the Center for Disease Control test. Well, if the test had worked, maybe the monopoly wouldn't have been so bad. But it turned out it didn't. It was contaminated. And I don't have the details of that contamination. They aren't getting out. But there seemed to be hints that the contamination might have been viral contamination, which could mean that the entire CDC facility is contaminated with virus, which would make anything else it did suspect. Again, I don't know the details, but just hearing about it is a little scary. So the FDA kept its ban on importation and ban on domestic production of test kits on for about 6 weeks. Finally, in mid-March, it relented and said, okay, we can import and we can have domestic manufacture. After it had really stymied the private sector for 6 weeks, some companies just said, we're not going to be bothered. Others, of course, continued on, figuring that they would eventually have a chance to sell their kits. So in mid-March, in the US, we had tested 1 out of 4,300 Americans, where in South Korea, they were testing heavily, like 1 out of 17. And the only testing we had done in the United States, since the CDC's kit was so bad, were from hospitals who had imported the test kits before the ban happened. And of course, they didn't give them back or tell anybody, they just used them. So in mid-March, the FDA did a total reversal and said, okay, private companies, you can produce your test kit. You don't even have to send in your paperwork for 2 weeks. But of course, the problem with that is if the FDA didn't approve the paperwork, you could be in trouble. And that's exactly what happened to 2 or 3 companies that sent out home test kits so people could do their nasal swab at home and send it in and find out if they had coronavirus. March 20th, the FDA made these companies recall thousands of home test kits. It must have cost them a small fortune. And of course, they couldn't even analyze the kits they got back. I mean, when people sent them in because the FDA forbade it. By March 24th, Germany was shipping to the US, so it would have kits. But without these test kits in the early stages, we couldn't identify who was a carrier and who needed to be quarantined. And frankly, to a large extent, we still don't know that. Now, it wasn't just the test kits that the FDA made difficult to get. They restricted protective gear similarly. If you weren't already making protective gear in the United States, you could not just start up and sell it. And you couldn't import it either. So we had our healthcare workers who are exposed to the flu and coronavirus every day, having to reuse disposable gowns, disposable masks. I mean, this put them at much greater risk. Also, hand sanitizers flew off the shelves, as most of you know. It was very hard to get for some time. Stepping up to the plate were the whiskey distillers. They said, hey, we know that hand sanitizers are generally made with isopropyl alcohol, but you know what? Ethanol works. Ethanol is drinking alcohol, of course. They said, ethanol works. We've got lots of ethanol. We'll make hand sanitizers. And the FDA said, whoa, wait a minute. Somebody might drink the hand sanitizers because it has drinking alcohol in it. So you can't make hand sanitizers unless you put a poison in there to prevent people from drinking it. The problem with that additive was that it would have contaminated the machinery of the distillers, so they would not be able to ever use their machinery again. Naturally, they didn't like that too much. And many of them, I believe, went ahead and produced ethanol-based hand sanitizers without the additive anyway. Eventually, of course, the FDA relented on the protective gear. I don't know that it ever relented on the hand sanitizers. Okay, so we couldn't test. We couldn't get protective gear. You might remember if you tried to get a mask or a gown or gloves, you might have run out. You might not have been able to get them as just a regular citizen, right? And certainly the healthcare providers couldn't. So you couldn't get hand sanitizer. So what was left? Social distancing was the only thing left. Basically, it was quarantining everybody instead of the people who were infected, which is traditionally how you prevent spread of disease. So social distancing basically required shutting down the economy. There were 20% unemployed in May compared to just 3.5% in February. And a lot of those jobs will never come back. Why? Because small businesses, which create 60% of our jobs, are the hardest hit by these shutdowns. They don't have a big cash reserve like many large corporate entities have. So what will happen is when social distancing ends, many people will find that they have no job to go back to. And evidence is starting to come about that social distancing doesn't do a whole lot. And I do have something I'll share in the chat box. So if you'd like to see some of this evidence, you can get started on it. But I am going to guess that after the coronavirus crisis passes, there's going to be a lot of people analyzing these things. And they're going to be pointing out that social distancing probably didn't do a whole lot. And you might ask, why is that? Well, it turns out that many of us, if not most of us, have already been exposed to coronavirus. There's been testing done now in different populations. And for example, in Italy, 43% of the people test positive. It doesn't mean they're infected. It means that they have the coronavirus perhaps in their nasal passage, for example. Now, this means if they were in a weakened state, they probably would have gotten infected. But obviously, they've been exposed. And in those types of tests that they used, for the most part, they're tests that have a high rate of false negatives. This is because, like when you do a nasal swab, you don't just stick that nasal swab into a machine and measure virus. What you have to do is grow up what's on that nasal swab. You know, make sure that it grows up so there's more of it, and now you can detect it. So in some cases, for whatever reason, we don't understand all the time why, but you know, some viruses and bacteria just don't grow up when we try to culture them. So obviously, if you can't grow them up, you're not going to detect them. So what this means is probably, it's probably even conservative to say that half the people, more than half the people in Italy, are carrying around coronavirus. And in the US, the numbers are a little smaller, but they're starting to show a similar pattern. Many more of us have been exposed than we ever dreamed of. So, and the thing is, about half the people who test positive don't show any symptoms at all. So we have a lot of people walking around that have been exposed to coronavirus and either didn't get sick, or even if they had the virus in their bloodstream, just didn't have much of a reaction to it in terms of getting symptoms for coronavirus flu. So that may be why social distancing isn't showing a really huge effect. Only time will tell. Now, I'm not trying to tell you that social distancing does absolutely nothing. Please be clear on this. We don't have all the data yet, but we're starting to get indications that it might not have been as effective as we thought. How about some good news? The good news is that because of this crisis, FDA actually loosened a lot of their restrictions. It used to be, for example, if you wanted to take the information that came off ventilated patients and hook your ventilator up to a Bluetooth device, you had to tell the FDA. They had to look at your paperwork, which took a while to put together, and decide if that was okay. Well, they've said, no, we're not going to do that. Telemedicine has been highly regulated and basically slowed by the FDA's ridiculous regulations. For example, doctors aren't supposed to be able to do telemedicine on their private cell phone. So if they want to do telemedicine, they have to carry their private cell phone. They have to carry the cell phone for telemedicine. Now, this is just crazy. Also, I'm sure many of you are well aware that if your doctor resides in the state you live in, but the prescription you need comes from out of state, it's tough getting that prescription filled because doctors don't necessarily have prescribing privileges in other states if they're licensed in a different state. Those restrictions were dropped for the coronavirus crisis. And of course, the FDA is giving emergency approval to some antiviral drugs. So a lot of these restrictions that have been dropped and shown to really make things difficult in an emergency are likely to stay in place. Less regulations are a good thing. So now I want to kind of get into a part that I didn't tell you I was going to get into, but you may see very easily where I'm going with this. This crisis has given us as libertarians an opportunity in many ways. There are going to be areas in the world and here that are lobbying to make a coronavirus vaccine mandatory. But, I mean, Denmark's already done it, even though we have no vaccine and may never have one. But there's a little problem. When coronavirus started, the government said, oh, be sure and get your flu shot so you can prevent this thing. Well, it turns out the flu shot actually predisposes people to coronavirus. Why? Well, if your body is busy making antibodies to whatever the seasonal flu is, it may not have enough oomph left, so to speak, enough energy left to make a good antibody to fight the coronavirus. We don't really understand this totally yet. Again, data is preliminary, but if the flu virus predisposes us to a more dangerous virus, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback for mandatory vaccines. And that's a good thing because, you know, having a mandatory vaccine really interferes with our health freedom. If the government can demand that we be injected with whatever it wants us to be injected with, we could be in big trouble. Now, because of all this and the problems with the FDA in this coronavirus crisis, I think people are going to have a lot less trust in government than they used to, at least if they know this story. And it's up to us to tell them. We need to get the word out. And I think people will, for the most part, make a very wise decision in taking responsibility for their health and trying to stimulate their immune system in a natural way, maybe with supplements, some that have been, you know, very effective in infectious situations like zinc, melatonin, iodine. You know, these things are being used to boost the immune system now by many people. In fact, there's some protocols out there that go into that. And there's going to be a number of studies that are going to come out after this crisis is over, showing that there's a lot of deaths from unintended consequences. For example, in Italy, something like 25% of the people who are having heart attacks at home are not going into the hospital. And since 90% of those people die, this means that we're going to have a lot more deaths than we would have otherwise from cardiac disease. And of course, there's been a lot of delays in things like cancer treatment. I have a brother-in-law who needed cancer treatment. His was put off for more than a month. There's going to be deaths due to economic stressors with people losing their job, losing so many jobs in our economy that were not far from the numbers of unemployment that we had during the Great Depression, we can probably expect more suicides. And I think as these studies become apparent, we're going to see even more people that no longer trust government. So if we share the story of how the FDA not only creates death by regulation in normal times, but really prevented us from being able to test to see if we had coronavirus, have protective gear for our healthcare workers and ourselves, and really denied us hand sanitizers, except for the bold disregard of this regulation from our whiskey distillers. I think people are going to change the way they look at the FDA and government in general. And of course, we should definitely be pointing to a lot of the self-care that can be possible. And there are a lot of people who understand that the FDA is not their friend. These are the people in alternative therapies or the supplement industry who are well aware that the FDA suppresses some more natural ways of prevention. And these people are ripe for the libertarian message, and we have not recruited them. And to kind of spur you on and show you that they are very ready, I'm showing you the picture of myself on the Life Extension magazine almost 20 years ago when I was trying to become the FDA commissioner. So I could privatize the FDA. I have it in quotes because it would basically be turning the FDA into a certifying agency. I was not only endorsed by Dr. Ron Paul, but Life Extension, obviously. And I don't know if you're aware of that, but the founders of Life Extension are libertarians. Remember I talked to you about CoQ10 earlier? Well, these are the people who brought CoQ10 into the United States, and these are the people who were prosecuted by the FDA because of it. Their attorneys said, hey, you can't fight the FDA, you're going to prison. Just negotiate with them and see if you can just get a light sentence. And these founders said, no way, we're fighting them. And they did. They fought them for 8 years and they won. It was the first really major victory that the supplement industry had against the FDA. I'm putting their website, I'll put that in the chat room too. Actually, it's easy. It's lifeextension.com. And I wanted to point out that if you're sitting there thinking, yeah, I want to know about these alternative things, where can I go kind of one-stop shopping to find out? I recommend lifeextension.com. The reason is they have a whole section of disease protocols where you can learn exactly how to, exactly what's known, I guess I should say, about the use of supplements and drugs to help your situation, because they handle drugs as well. And when I say handle, I mean report about their benefits or lack of benefits. So to guide you a little bit, it's probably the best single site you can go to learn about these things. And I want to point out that the people in the alternative medicine industry are activists. There's 2 times that Congress was asked by the FDA to let the FDA regulate supplements. Both times they were defeated because Congress got more mail from the alternative practitioners and supplement takers than any other issue they ever had mail on. These are the people who live in our movement. Yes, and just to wrap up here, we need them in our movement, not only because they're activists, but because they're already libertarians in this issue. It would be very easy for us to take them the full way. So I'll open it to questions if there are any, and let me know if I can help out in any way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. I always learn so much from your discussions. I'm hoping that you can hear me okay. Give me a little feedback. Okay, good. I have a litany of questions, but we have very, very limited time left. So I'm going to start with the most important ones. basically regarding, the topic at hand today is Corona. First of all, how effective are masks?
Depends on your mask, I think. I am giving my opinion because I have not seen a study on this. So I just want you to know that up front. I think if you have a mask with a proper charge on it, it will prevent bad things from coming in. If it doesn't have the proper charge on it, then it won't. Now, what do I mean by charge? If you remember your microbiology labs, if any of you had them, you saw these flasks and they had cotton stoppers in them. Well, cotton lets air in and out, right? What stops the bacteria from getting in? It's the charge on the cotton. So I think there are certain masks that can protect you as well as other people if you have coronavirus.
So a bandana is not doing anything.
Again, it would depend on the charge, and I'm not sure they're all created equal. And I don't have any easy way to test it, or I'd tell you.
All right. Okay. So I guess the other stuff is basically, how do they get off reporting all these deaths as corona when they are not actually coronavirus deaths? Like,
yes, I can tell you that. So the government is paying hospitals. I think it's $13,000 for every death where coronavirus is put on the death certificate. So doctors are being pressured to put coronavirus on the death certificate if they think the person might have died from coronavirus, or if the person tested positive for coronavirus but died of a complication of pre-existing conditions. And if they're on a ventilator, they're getting, I think it's, I'm not sure I'm remembering this number exactly right. It's in the 30,000s. I think it's
39.
Oh, 39. You may be right, because I'm realizing I don't remember the exact number.
I remember thinking, wow, that's more than some people make a year.
Well, yes, the ventilator can be dangerous to coronavirus patients. This is not the same kind of lung damage that you see in pneumonia. So actually now the protocol is not to put them on a ventilator unless you absolutely have to.
One thing that is crazy is how fast everything has been changing through the coronavirus pandemic. One day they're saying, these test kits are fine. Then they're banning them. Then it's amazing how quickly that they can work when they need to.
Yeah.
All right, Mary. Well, it has been a joy. Thank you so much for all of your information and for joining us here at the very first Taxation Stuff Fest. I'm going to go ahead and let you go, and we'll get wrapped up here, ready for our next guest. Let's see. We've got Justin Arman coming on next.
Great. And I just, if anyone has more questions they think about afterwards, just go to my website at ruwart.com, RUWART.com. Go to the About tab. You'll find a way to contact me. And I ask you to do it that way because I get special flags, less likely to go in spam.
Perfect. All right, great. Thank you so much, Mary.
Oh, you're welcome. And thanks for what you're doing here. And thanks for all your listeners.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Taxation is Theft Fest 2020. All you freedom lovers out there, we've got some really outstanding content on your way for the rest of the day. My name is Jessica Pallett. I am on the ballot as a Libertarian candidate for House District 94 in Texas. I'm an anarchist mommy and a bold proponent for cannabis activism and personal freedom in the state of Texas. We are so excited to have our next guest. Justin Armand co-founded a successful cosmetic brand with his wife, Jessica, and they raised their children around their family business, traveling throughout Australia, Europe, and the United States for several years. While homeschooling their 4 children, the Armand families centered their focus around entrepreneurship and travel. By networking and by being involved in the libertarian movement, their eldest son, as a young teen, traveled throughout Europe, North Africa, and Asia without his parents, experiencing many adventures with the people that he met along the way. Their teenage daughter, at 16, traveled to Chile by herself to learn bachata dancing and how to speak Spanish. Their 2 youngest children, ages 4 and 11, were raised at local farmers markets and have been involved in trade shows across USA, Germany, England, and Italy. Freedom lovers, please welcome Justin Armand.
So happy to be here with everyone. This is so cool. This digital conference in the age of a pandemic has created such an amazing platform for people to connect in spite of all of this. Oh, I can't hear you.
Agreed. I agree with you, Justin. I'm glad to be able for freedom lovers to get together. I know we had our conventions postponed, but each of us are eager to get together and move this movement forward. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. And this is a subject I'm often asked to speak about, but it's a subject unlike a lot of the topics that that you've had here at this conference. It's not a science. Parenting isn't a science. Parenting isn't even, a discipline that there's any objective right or wrong to. And so when you have parenting coaches or, life coaches, these types that prescribe a certain type of parenting, it can often, come with skepticism, healthy skepticism. I often actually don't like a lot of what I hear because, being a parent, there's no right way. And oftentimes as parents, we're, disappointed with ourselves one day and very happy with ourselves the next day. And so I guess what I would like to share is a journey and an experience that's evolved over time. And I think that the reason why I'm asked and my wife is asked a lot of times to present on this subject is because we've led an unconventional life. We've led a rather extraordinary life in terms of what experiences we've afforded our children, ourselves to grow, and how emergent and risky and adventurous they all were. And as a result of that, it didn't necessarily have the idealized outcome or product that people think that in a context of unschooling or traveling the world with family, that there's going to be some kind of ideal product or result of that. And I can say that things are always a surprise. And but in spite of all of that, what I've come to realize is that the choices that we make and the experiences we offer ourselves as a family and as individuals gives us a conscious experience that is so fulfilling. And that is why I really feel impelled to, share our story with you. And so when I talk about parenting, I'm not saying, hey, you're doing something wrong and I'm doing something right. It's just I've had such incredible experiences as a father that I'd be remiss not to share them. So our story goes something like this. I met while I was touring. When I left high school myself, I started touring in rock bands, traveling all over the US, living my dream. And all of a sudden, after a couple of years, my dream was disrupted because of some health issues with family I had to see to. And when I came home, suddenly I met a woman with 2 small children whom I fell in love with, and I fell in love with them. And I changed they sort of reoriented my priorities, and we ended up becoming, a family. And my duty to this single mother with 2 children, I had one job. I've only had one job in my life, really. And I turned that job into an actual business within a business. And it gave me the freedom to come home and to create an experience with this woman who I fell in love with. And so from that moment, which was about 15 years ago, my wife, the woman who became my wife and mother to 2 more children that we've had together, we've always been entrepreneurial. Jessica, my wife, she just can't stand being an employee or working for anybody. She had that experience and she realized she was missing a lot of her children's life. And I can't stand the experience of being under somebody's authority and having the experience of being an employee. And I'm a terrible employee. So entrepreneurship was a way for us to escape a life that we really didn't want, which was a 9-to-5 job, which works for many people, works for most people, but doesn't work for me or my wife. So we created a business. We had a bunch of success in that business in our early years, too much success for probably a very young person to bear. And we lost all of it at one time. So we built this very tall tree, and the roots never set. And it all came kind of collapsing down on us at one time when we lost the business. And Jessica was, we had 2 little ones, 6 and 3, 6 and 4. And we were in a situation where we had to go from a home to a single bedroom. I had to move back to my mom's house in shame because we couldn't afford to keep our life the way it was. And so we disrupted our children's lives and brought them into a bedroom. Thank God I had that social safety net from my mom, and I'll forever be grateful for her and my stepdad at the time for opening their home to us. But so we went into a single bedroom scenario, and there's just total chaos that came from that. Our life was pretty well ordered before that, and we were living the American dream, and it seemed like everything was going upwards from there. And then boom, our lives imploded, and we were poverty level income, and then in massive amounts of debt. And I had I couldn't figure out a way to make money. Jessica wanted to go back to work, but she, our baby was so young at the time. I just did not want, I didn't want her to miss out on being at home. And I was also in this headspace, like, men need to take care of the home. Women, should not be forced to bear the burden, the financial burden of the household, all this stuff. These ideas that I no longer have, but I had when I was young. And slowly but surely, we had this open opportunity to move out of California during the housing crisis, during the financial collapse. We just kind of threw a dart at the map, and it landed on Austin. And we had some friends that came here before that. And this was before the mass exodus out of California. into Austin. I've always loved Austin because when I was touring, I just fell in love with the city. I had the South by Southwest experience as a touring musician, and I always wanted to move here. So we came here, and we, you know, our children were in public school, and we were struggling, and we were miserable, but the bills were something we could make work without, you know, having digging a deeper trench for ourselves in California. We were at least at an equilibrium. And, you know, our family, I was not a very good husband back then. My wife and I we weren't getting along very well. We always loved each other and passionate, but that passion can also be pretty destructive. And our children were in public school, and that just never sat well with me. Our two eldest children were in public school, and I would always beat myself up for that, you know, because I've always been a libertarian at heart. I really got involved in the libertarian movement in Austin when I got involved with Texans for Accountable Government here. And as you know, the seeds of liberty were beginning to sprout really here when we moved into Texas, I could see my own hypocrisy. And I would just always beat myself up that I had my kids in public school, that it was antithetical to my beliefs. And, you know, that guilt just made things worse, you know. And we also had some relationships back then that were relatively toxic. And we were just kind of a family that was making it just like almost everybody else out there. You know, we just do the best we can. And we probably beat ourselves up for so much that we're doing that we wish we could do better. So, you know, fast forwarding a few years later, Jessica and I, we read Atlas Shrugged together. And we were looking for a change, but we didn't have the strength to make major changes in our life. However, we just decided to like take a moment and just read together and stop watching movies and entertaining ourselves, but using the evenings to just check in with the work that, you know, changed the world, that we heard changed the world, this story. And so we went to the library and picked up the book. We couldn't even afford the book back then. We had three children, 2 in public school, and we just picked up this book and we read it, and the book just spoke to us. It was like we couldn't put it down, and the characters became so real for us, and the principles in this book. If you haven't read the book, if you've seen the movies, you know, don't go off the movies. The movies are terrible. But if you can take the moment to maybe pick up that book and read that book, or at least, you know, pick up some kind of fiction, you know, that can speak to you in ways that nonfictions can't. Storytelling, there's no more powerful way to impart wisdom than storytelling. So we read this book, and I remember when we had to take the book back to the library, and I remember seeing my wife kiss the book before she returned it. I mean, have you ever kissed a book before? You know, that's the only time that I've seen, you know, Jessica kiss a book, and that I could share in that sentiment. And we just made sweeping changes in our life as a result of the awakening that occurred in us during that book. And, you know, we got more and more active. I became the executive director of Texans for Accountable Government, which was a political PAC, and we did a lot of amazing things at the Capitol, and you know, we organized our communities, and then we created an organization called Parents for Liberty, and we held a conference here in Austin, and we invited, you know, some of our heroes, Lawrence Reed, and we just had, you know, Lawrence Reed was the keynote, and Max Borders, and just so many. Michael Strong was there. We had an all-star lineup, and what we were attempting to do is to give parents a sense of community that would help them make courageous changes in their life. It was during this period that we pooled our kids. It was around 2012. We pulled Mikey and Allie. We pulled Mikey out of middle school and Allie out of elementary school, and we didn't know what we were doing, and we didn't have the money. We didn't know how we were going to make it work, but we were like, you know what? So many people before us have done such incredible things with less resources than we had. They had the sort of, as Lawrence Reed would put it, they had the character, the strong moral character to make changes in their life and live in accordance with their beliefs to make the world a better place, rather than making excuses for not doing that. And so we wanted to be one of those people. We wanted to have character. We didn't have the character back then. We didn't have the courage back then, but we had faith that it would come, and we had faith that we could turn to each other, and living in more alignment and removing some of the contradictions from our lives, that we would find the strength, and we would figure out how to make that happen. So we pulled our kids out of school, and then we created a movement around this, really because we were trying to find a community. The communities here are non-secular. It's really the religious communities that have such a strong homeschool network here, and we, religious or non-religious, it didn't really matter. It just wasn't our style of what we were looking for. And so we created this community, and we called it an organization. We created it from scratch, and we held this conference. It was a total success, but it was crazy. We didn't have the means to pay for it, but somehow, and with community support, we made that happen. And during that time, when I remember my wife and I, we looked at each other and we said, if we can get through this conference and organizing this movement together without turning on each other, we said, if we could do it elegantly, meaning that no matter how stressed out we were, and no matter how bad the financial burden of the conference would be, and how everything would likely go wrong, as it always does, that we would stay emotionally strong like the characters in Atlas Shrugged. And we would embody the type of people that do big things, even when the world is falling apart and you're faced with, devastation and failure, that we would have the fortitude and evenness of mind to come together through it. And we would consider it a success if we did. And I can say, as without a doubt, we did. And we were in such a creative environment as a family. We were in the situation where I was trying to replace school with school. I got really deeply interested in the trivium and the liberal arts, and I was so radically committed to this idea that if children are educated a certain way, that they would be this certain way. And I was met with the immediate reality that trying to give two children that have been in a public school environment for most of their formative years a liberal arts curriculum, it just didn't work. They didn't want anything to do with anything that looked like school, and it came between us. It created this. I had this expectation, and I had this anxiety that the children were now going to rely on me and Jess for their education, and if I was going to fail, if I miss even one day, that all would go to ruin, and they would be a lost cause. Like they were inherently broken, and I needed to fix them. But I quickly realized that, I just needed to let them decompress. So we went through a period where the kids had about a good 1.5 to 2 years where they didn't do anything that looked like school whatsoever. We gave them this sort of vacuum environment where we allowed them to do basically whatever they wanted in order to find themselves again. They went into extreme bad habits. The house went into disarray. They were making very poor choices, and then that itself became a point of anxiety for both Jessica and I, as if we were failing yet again. So we failed by having our kids in school, and then we failed by giving them this sort of unschool environment. So we were really inspired by thinkers like John Taylor Gatto and how important liberal arts were, giving them an unschool scenario where they could find themselves. And that itself seemed like it was failing. But there was something really beautiful that was happening. It was like these forces that were disrupting our entire life, that were causing chaos around us, were also the fertile grounds in which we were able to actually create a business out of thin air. in that time period when, you know, schools were no longer dictating our life and we weren't conforming to this third party ideal or answering to it, when our kids were just home and we were just together and present, you know, Jessica came up with this idea to, you know, to use charcoal to brush your teeth. And, you know, most people hearing this now know about charcoal toothpaste. They know about charcoal oral care, but that didn't exist when Jessica came up with this. At least in the Western world, it didn't exist. And I just told her, I said, look, you know, if you can put this, if you can create a product out of this, meaning if you can put it in a jar and put that jar in my hands, I will commit my entire life to making this a success, because all I wanted was just to, you know, sell products again like we did when we were younger and had that, you know, successful freight, you know, we had a successful business where we sold beauty products on eBay. And when the brand took that away, I was like, you know what, I don't want to sell other people's brands. I want to be able to sell our own brand. And so I always, you know, dreamed of that day coming, but I never thought we could do it. So she made it happen. She put it in a jar, and our entire life as a family changed from that moment. We you know, I put up a website, and as we built this, you know, we built this really strong, and we're a part of this very strong libertarian, freedom-oriented community that was very sympathetic and eager to support a small business. We started marketing her product to our little community, and they, you know, ate it up. They were, you know, buying jars when she was putting little, you know, we were so broke back then that we were putting white labels on this black jar, and then she would, some of jars didn't actually even have a label. Jessica would just write how to use it on like a flyer, and she would put it in a box and send it to her friends. And because of that early support, you know, when we would make $25 from that, we were jumping up and down like, this is it, you know. And we had a big platform back then because of how it was really interesting. Our family was so eager to help the community that there was this beautiful, like, karmic experience where the community focused their attention on helping us when we had something to sell. And I think that maybe some of them thought it was a crazy idea, like brushing with black powder. Like, why would I do this? This is destroying my sink. And why would I make my mouth black to turn my teeth white? But they just loved the fact that Jessica was a homeschool mom, and that we were this liberty-loving family that, you know, were active in the community and doing a lot of nonprofit work and political activism. And they helped us validate this idea, and we took it to the farmers market, and there were situations where Jessica was wearing Ozzy, our little baby, at the farmers market, and we had our kids with us at the booth, and we were selling jars to our community here. I remember the farmers market didn't, you know, they weren't sure, and there was a long list, but I just kind of marched over to them, and I'm like, you know, I'll pay you 10 times the fee if you just give us a chance. But he wouldn't take the fee. He just really believed, I guess, in my entrepreneurial conviction. And all of a sudden we had a farmers market business, and we started, you know, we didn't have a strong educational foundation in our house at all. Actually, there was no real education or schooling of any kind happening in our home, but this sort of different type of experience that most families don't ever get to have allowed us to make these very crazy and weird emergent decisions. And, you know, our kids started being raised around this business and raised around our political activism. We would take our kids to the farmers market during the weekend, and then we would take our kids to the Texans for Accountable Government meeting when we were talking about, you know, debating civil asset forfeiture and you know, marijuana rights and gun rights and anything that was pressing issues of the day. And they would be there standing with us when we were doing that. And so what ended up happening was that as we started becoming known to be this entrepreneurial family and this political, this family that does a lot of political activism and community work, and our kids being there, we started making connections within the community. And because our children were with us, we started, they started making connections. And one thing that resulted from that is Mikey getting involved in Students for Liberty when he was, I think, like 14 years old. He was introduced to Students for Liberty when he was 13 years old, but this college a student group, many of you have heard of. If you haven't, Students for Liberty is an on-campus group that imparts the ideas of free market economics and libertarian, nonviolent, non-coercive solutions to governance. And they're just an incredible organization. I don't really know what they're up to these days, but during their prime, they were just this incredible student group. Anyway, so we have our young, child, 13, 14, that would normally be locked up in a room, 8 hours, 9 hours a day, was able to go on campus and meet these student groups and become friends with, these people from Young Americans for Liberty and Students for Liberty. And so his friends started becoming college students. And he was invited to go to the SFL National Conference on a bus with a bunch of college students. Well, that's kind of crazy. Like, what parent would allow their 14-year-old kid to go on a bus to with a bunch of college students to a conference? When, let's face it, we all know that most of these conferences are just excuses for these young people to party and have fun. That's what we were all doing when we were young. And but you know what? I realized that travel and risk taking and adventure was what was going to give him experiences to help shape his lens of reality in the absence of school. And so, yes, bad things could happen, but I believed in him, and I had long conversations with him that he was representing the Armand name. I mean, that sounds kind of classical and medieval and, maybe even Victorian, but, there were virtues that existed in classical times that don't really exist now, which is that you are the messenger and beholder and ambassador of your family's name. And if you mess up and you do stupid things, you're going to bring shame upon your family. And it just seems kind of like funny to talk about now, but I raised, and Jessica raised, our children with those virtues, because if we realized that if there was more at stake than them just getting in trouble, if Jessica and I being, known figures, at least within our community, if they could sabotage us and everything we were doing by, having us vouch for them and then, ruining it and messing up, if they had that weight on their shoulders, that they might actually show up and make good decisions when we weren't looking. And so we sent him off, and he went to the national conference. And, I had very well-known libertarians, including Dr. Norman Horn from Christians for Liberty and Jason Rink, and many people whom, I seriously respected and would be devastated and mortified if they had negative opinions of my children. And I had them calling me saying, "Hey, we were at the event, and your kid was just like doing much better than the majority of the college students were doing. Like, they were so Mikey was so respectful, and he was eager to learn, and he was of service, and he was, even in a situation in the hotel rooms when people were drinking and partying, and and he didn't engage. He was there, and he was really about taking care of others, and thinking about how he was handling himself. He was there. He wasn't being like a killjoy or anything, but he was just being there, having fun and laughing and being a part of this group. But he had boundaries that he set on himself. They weren't imposed upon us by us. These boundaries came from within. And I was just really proud of Mikey when I heard that, and it could have gone the other way. Something terrible could have happened. But, we as libertarians are people that are inclined towards voluntary systems. We realize that freedom is not safe, and life is beautiful, and it comes with extreme risk. I mean, Mikey, something terrible could have happened. He could have gotten alcohol poisoning, trying to impress his friends like so many young people do. We could have gotten in big trouble as parents for letting our young child go out there and do that. He even was in a scenario where he was in a blizzard during SFL that year, and they were postponed for, I think, 3 days to a week. I can't really remember, but there was a long period of time where he had to look out for himself. And man, he just became so strong because of that. And then shortly thereafter, our son got a chance to go and visit Lawrence Reed. He's the president of Foundation for Economic Education, one of our heroes. I love Larry Reed, and one of our favorite intellectuals and speakers. And he got this opportunity because Lawrence Reed spoke at our event. I contacted Larry and I said, hey, what if my son came and visited you for a week and you guys could just spend time together, And so Mikey went to Atlanta and had this experience of being with somebody that has, done major things in the world and how that person lives. And Mikey actually got credited as a research assistant for a paper that Larry Reed published through Fee. So you could see his name, Mikey's name, 14-year-old getting credited on a scholarly article that was published by Fee that I think was entitled Are We Rome or something like that, comparing, the state of our republic to the Roman Republic and the fall of the Roman Republic. And, after that, Mikey made such a name for himself that he met the Schoolin family, Lee and Ken Schoolin. Ken is a professor of economics in Hawaii, and their daughter, Ken Lee, went to London School of Economics, and Lee is a famous activist for her family surviving the Maoist revolution and her sharing her experiences with that. And she's been involved in the Acton Academy, and she's just this woman that travels the world. She, 300 days out of the year, she's traveling, and well, not right now with coronavirus, but she's traveling and giving speeches. Well, he really impressed them, and they were holding an event, this international libertarian event called International Society for Individual Liberty. They were called ISIL back then, and then had to change their name to Liberty International. But they hold an event every year in a different country. And usually they choose, these exotic locations. Well, they were holding an event in Bali, Indonesia. And my son applied and got a scholarship to go, not because of any educational accomplishment or schooling accomplishment whatsoever, but just because he had proven himself before, and because he was doing very interesting things in the world and involved in our business and involved in our activism. And so he was able to go to Bali and alone. And we were, internally, I was really nervous because I think he was around 15. He was just turning 15, or he had just turned 15. And, but I was, giving this feeling of strength. I was, making my wife feel assured as a father, that he would be okay. But internally, I was really nervous sending my son to a third world country and by himself. And well, what happened was he flew to Bali, and this is after he'd had some experience traveling alone. Well, he was so disoriented with the time zone that he didn't realize his plane had landed an hour early. And I might be getting some of the details of this wrong, but so we tell him, as soon as you land, put this chip in your phone and then call us. Don't do anything until you call us. And we talked about, SIM cards and all of that. Well, he gets there, the SIM cards fail. He doesn't know how to reach us. And he was in a scenario where he was waiting at baggage claim and nobody showed up to pick him up. So instead of most kids would go try to find security, or they would freak out. And he, God knows what would happen to a normal kid in that scenario. Well, maybe Mikey in this scenario was that normal kid. Maybe most normal kids would show up this way. I don't know. But our worst fear happened where we lost him for over an hour. The Schoolins, they wrote us and they said, "Where's Mikey?" And I said, "I don't know where Mikey is." And they were like, "What do you mean you don't know?" And I'm like, "What do you mean you don't know? He's visiting you guys, how could you not have somebody at the airport?" Well, they were on top of it, but his flight came in early. So, my wife was crying and I was like, "No, I know Mikey, he's going to be fine." But internally I was kind of freaking out. And my son jumped in a cab he got a cab, jumped in a cab, and he had studied the region before he went to the conference. So he actually knew some like landmarks that could help him find the place. Well, the cab driver, they're traveling through the jungle, and the cab driver had no idea where he was supposed to go. Well, Mikey himself found the location because of the research he did in the area before he got there, shows up like he owns the place, he's ready to work, and just the organizers were so upset with him because, you know, they thought they had lost this 15-year-old. And in any case, he bonded with Lee Schoolin so deeply and Ken Schoolin so deeply because he helped so much at that conference that, you know, Lee and Ken, they took him all over the world, as was mentioned in my introduction. And, you know, same, you know, my daughter, she, for a minute was scared of her own shadow. You know, she was always scared. You know, she's a young, you know, very beautiful girl that was, you know, told through media and, you know, the adults around her and people around her and just our culture that, you know, girls shouldn't travel by themselves because, you know, they're in danger. They could be taken, they could be abducted. And that does happen. And I'm not discounting the fact that, you know, there is risk, always risk. But she had lived her life very scared of her own shadow, even when we were traveling together as a family all over the world. As our business grew and we became an international brand and we were going to trade shows and traveling the world together, she never really wanted to go anywhere unless she was by our side. And that really upset me because, you know, I wanted her to have these experiences that Mikey had. You know, I'm realizing that a woman has a very different perception of reality than a man does often. I wasn't very sympathetic to her fears, you know. And when we got, you know, there was a moment in time where she had this ability to go to Chile and she just wouldn't do it. She didn't want to do it. And I just talked to her. And she just like was resolved in the fact that she wasn't going. And then all of a sudden she called Lee Schoolin of the Schoolin family. And she's like, I want to go. And, you know, she traveled there. She was crying all the way there, calling her mother, scared, terrified that she was going to get abducted in South America. And, you know, I was worried that, you know, with all that freedom, my baby girl was going to be around boys and I couldn't regulate that. But I just let go. I just surrendered because I realized that I would rather my children have a strong, you know, foundation of self-reliance and be self-determined and strong and resourceful and willing to take risk and realizing that, you know, life is risk and to live is to take risks and to be adventurous and to you know, and to surrender and let go of the fact that you could lose it all, including your life, you know, or worse. But if we have this limited time, this limited moment of consciousness, this very brief moment to have this experience that, you know, what kind of life is a safe life? And so I, you know, though my paternal instincts were telling me to, you know, keep my daughter in a box like most fathers believe they should, I let go and wanted her to have that experience. But I also let go of the expectations that I was putting on Allie, realizing that, you know, she was going to resist me every step of the way because she's an Armon and she never wants to do what she's told. And if I push her to go be free, then she would rather be in a room, you know, because she just does the opposite of anything I ever wanted her to do, which, you know, is going to make her one hell of an adult, but has made her very difficult to raise at the same time, you know. But she went and she faced her fear and she learned Spanish. She had a Spanish tutor there. And she learned bachata dancing and she got involved in a bachata group. And then they went to Peru. And, you know, she had members of the dance team crying when she left. And Lee looks at her as a sister now, this woman, you know, who we adore. And but, you know, they connected on such a deep level. And I was told that, you know, that Allie was really there for her. And she really showed up during that time. And she made a big change in people's lives there. And that forever changed Allie. And now, you know, Allie and Mikey went to Puerto Rico together just like, I think 18 months ago or something, to go to another libertarian conference. And Allie could understand so much of what, you know, so much Spanish. And then she went there with her, you know, biological father and their family. And, you know, they traveled together. I think they go to Costa Rica, I believe, and she doesn't speak fluent Spanish, but she understands almost everything. And it was just from that experience. And so I guess, that was a long-winded story. And it's an ultra abridged version of our lives. But what we realized is that public school is at one extreme and unschooling is at another extreme. And both scenarios can be highly toxic, and both scenarios can still produce, fabulous children, meaning really underlying a lot of this experience we give our children is the ability for young people to have experiences that allow them to find themselves and that allow them to face risk through adventure and help them become internally regulated, help them exemplify the virtues of success that can't be taught with words, but that can only be taught by experiences. And that a lot of parents cannot, they cannot homeschool their children, and they cannot unschool their children, and they beat themselves up because their children are in public school. And though that would not work for us, there's a lot of amazing human beings that came out of public school. Really it's about what kind of experiences we're giving our children in order for them to realize how to make the most use out of what they have, and help them realize that fear is really the result of ignorance, and that virtue is it comes from duty to family and duty to others. And a lot of times you can't develop moral virtue when you're stuck in an environment that's being curated for all risk to be removed. And so I just kind of, I want to leave it there, in the sense that I'd like to open it up for question and answers, and maybe get the host in and to engage me, because I feel like I've been talking for way too long here. So.
You've been talking for a long time, but it's an excellent long time. I'm really inspired by your stories about adventure and about bringing your family in. It sounds to me like you've gone well above what government schooling can do when it comes to teaching your children about compassion, support, friendship, and responsibility. It seems like your adventure style schooling really gives that as a value.
Oh, that's
true, yeah?
The basis. Oh, so, okay. And I wanted to bring up a couple of things. So Jessica and I are really terrible teachers when it comes to skill-based or subject-based teaching. I don't have the patience, and Jessica is, she is such an entrepreneur and a CEO type that she always wants to be, working and building our lives. And then she also wants to just love the kids. So if they're trying to find the answer, she'll tell them the answer because she wants to love them. And I always, get down on it. And then I snap because I don't have a lot of patience when it comes to teaching. But where we have really done well is in really creating these experiences around entrepreneurship and taking our kids all over and networking for them. So we're great networkers. We are our kids' advocates. We are our kids' strongest advocates. And what we have done is, as our business grew, we lived very well within our means, below our means, so that we could invest in, we had a liberal arts instructor come a couple of days a week to our home to help Ali and Mikey give them more of a liberal arts education as they got the cobwebs off from, and the trauma, I should say, of public schooling, when they didn't look at teachers as the enemy. They really were receptive to this liberal arts style instruction in the form of a tutor that would come. And they actually took a GED equivalent. We didn't have them take the GED, but I was just like, look, if there is a standard that society has created on people your age. And so let's just, let's see how you can do on that standard with a full liberal arts education. And they scored really well when they took all these tests, even though, it was all privately done. And yeah, so.
Very validating, very much. You were lucky enough that you were able to join into a co-parenting family with your partner, Jessica. You both were excellent libertarian thinkers and great successes after. But some people who enter a co-parenting situation might not have the same libertarian thinking. Can you give us like 2 or 3 really great talking points for libertarian parents who want to talk to their new blended co-parents about unschooling?
Right. So, okay, so I came from that environment actually. The Mikey and Ali, their father, they didn't have the same values we did. In fact, they were a very religious home. They're a Mormon home with their own conventions, and though they were conservative, they were, they did not believe in this homeschooling, and they thought that homeschooling was for weirdos back then. And so when we took the kids out of school, it came with a lot of discord. In fact, the children were often like tested and humiliated in scenarios where they would be around their, biological grandparents from their dad's side, where do you know this subject? Do you know this subject? And they were constantly hammered. And so it was very, very difficult at the beginning, but it just took a lot of communication, and there is a virtue in diversity, right? So I think that Mikey and Ali got to have a lot of gratitude for the sort of, liberal unschooling environment they had at home versus this structured, very conventional environment they had with their father. And we realized that we said to them very clearly, the way we do things here is not necessarily how they're going to be done in Florida. But you have a lot of people who love you and they want the best for you. And just because you're doing something a different way there doesn't mean that they're the bad guy or that, we're the heroes. We just have different ways of living, and giving you that experience of 2 different ways is going to make you a way more well-rounded person. Because a libertarian homeschool home or an unschool home, comes with its own price to pay. So every choice you make comes with a price to pay. A conventional public school life comes with a price to pay. A life of total freedom comes with a price to pay. We all have to meet our own sort of karmic experience to uncover life for what it is. Freedom is difficult to bear, and imprisonment is very difficult to bear, And so it's really about diversity of experience and appreciating them for the perspective they can give you, and communication as a co-parent. I want to say this one thing, that there was a point where I despised, and I'm going to say it openly, I despised the kids' biological father because we were always at odds with each other. And now I love him. Now we write each other. Our kids are 20 and 18 now. We successfully co-parented, and he writes me messages on Father's Day, and I tell him how grateful I am that he gave me my family, and that he really pushed me to be a better father, even if I didn't agree with how he was doing it. Challenging me and having this sort of enemy while we were co-parenting helped me be better. And now I'm so grateful for him, and I feel like he, in one way, he's an extension of my family. So went from like hate to like sincere appreciation and love after, 15 years of co-parenting.
Very good. That's great to hear. And that's to my next question. A lot of people, for whatever reason, have some ideas about what mothers do and what fathers do when it comes to schooling, teaching, rearing the family. Can you name some ways that awesome unschooling dads like you bring really awesome value to the kids?
Okay, so I'm not exactly sure what the question is.
I want to know how dads, especially like you, are bringing excellent value to the unschooling situation. Dads specifically.
Yeah, so I think that there is a paternal element and a maternal element that we can all embody at different times. Like sometimes I have to be maternal with my kids when mommy's gone. Like, oh, I love you. Oh, let me kiss your boo-boo. Oh, come here, sit on my lap. But I don't often do that when mommy's around. So what we realized is that I have very strong, paternal instincts, and Jessica is just the most loving, fabulous mother. Either of those in an extreme can be toxic, right? So there's a lot of talk of toxic masculinity, around shaming and, just apathy and then there's this other part that's not really talked about, and that's toxic femininity, which is really disempowerment making men very weak and unable to make decisions and act, men and women, not able to act and take action and be decisive. And so even a good single parent has to embody both. But when we're together, Jessica and I used to fight because she used to say, look, you're being too hard on the kids, ease up. And I used to be like, hey, you're being an enabler and you're letting these kids take advantage of you. But what we realized is if we could give them both experiences, then we don't have to fight each other. So when I am like, one thing that I've always done, one virtue that I've always done, which I hope maybe if one thing is taken away from this, as fathers listening or single mothers that have to embody, paternity or paternal style, is I would say when the kids fall, I always make them get up before I pick them up. I always make them get up. I say, I don't care how bad your boo-boo is or what you fell off of, even if unless you are physically debilitated and you're unable to get up, meaning you broke your femur or something, you get your butt up, even with a broken arm or a broken rib, you stand up on your own 2 feet, and then I'll pick you up. And so I think that as a father, what I can bring to the table is, honor and duty to family and action and risk-taking, and mom really helps them feel loved, Mom really helps them feel supported and understood, and dad has the expectations that they have to live up to. I think that a lot of good people in the world always felt like maybe their dad was not totally happy with them, and a lot of times in a feminine conversation that is unfortunate. But if you look at the whole, maybe we ought to live up to some ideal. Maybe we should have high expectations. Maybe the idea that we never lived up to our father's expectations helps us become better adults. Maybe that's true, obviously that comes at the price of the relationship. And so, as I age and my children are getting older, I'm learning that slowly that it's not about them meeting my expectations or my ideal, because they never will. And in fact, how creepy is it when a child meets 100% of their parents' expectations? I think it's creepy and weird when somebody is exactly the ideal. It's something we want, but when they achieve it, maybe they're not actually people. Maybe they're just products. But I've learned that I need to love them more and to give them experiences, and understand that there was a period of my life where I was completely lost, and that it is that they're very young. And, what is going to matter as I age in terms of my relationships with my kids is that they remember that I love them, so that when they leave the home, they want to come back and see grandpa, because I don't want to be a lonely old man, and so even when my kids fail to meet what I perceive as my expectations, and I'm disappointed in them because, they're not out there doing these amazing things at, 18 years old, when all of us were stuck in school trying to figure out who we were to begin with, that I need to just take a moment and go, you know what, like, it's okay. Like if my kid died tomorrow, all I would want them is just to be home with me. Right. If I was on my deathbed, all I would want is to just be in a room with my kids and, hear them playing. And I don't care if they become, an ambassador, or if they become a mega famous entrepreneur or whatever. What does that matter? The fact is we're mortal, and we have to face our own death one day. And some of us have to face the death of our children. And in that scenario, all of the expectations go away, and the hell of our expectations, which are our kids are not meeting our, what we idealize, would all be swept away if we realized that our children were going to die in a few days,
So sorry for having to jump in here. It looks like Jessica dropped, but we're also up against time. So I would like to thank you, Justin, for coming on and talking to us today. I've had your website going on the bottom.
Oh, yeah. The website is my family business. And if you want to check it out and maybe get some cool cosmetic beauty products, oral care products, we're still family run and family owned, and it would be awesome to see your support. So
thank you for coming on and sharing all of this with us. It was a wonderful talk. Everyone else, we will see you back here in about 5 minutes for the next, I didn't even see who it was. Ashley Shade will be on in about 5 minutes to take over the next slot. So thank you again, Justin, and we'll see you all in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. I had to jump tracks real quick because I was really excited that I'm going to get to host one of the ladies that I just admire, and that is Ashley Shade. Ashley Shade is a transgender woman and an activist for the liberty and gender and sexual minorities communities. She is a candidate for LNC Region 8 alternate and a member of Outright Libertarians. Today, she is going to be talking about the importance of liberty for all people. Welcome, Ashley.
Hi, thanks for having me.
I'm so excited. I'm so glad I get to host you.
Yes, I'm very excited too. I just found out who was hosting with me, and I'm happy to see you there.
Yeah, I just fell in love with you because in 2018 when you were in New Orleans, yeah, I got that opportunity to meet you and briefly. I was a nobody.
So I actually wasn't in New Orleans.
I was. Oh wait, then you and I know it was sometime in 2018, but it probably wasn't. Then maybe it wasn't in New Orleans. There was a lot of things.
I don't think we've actually met in person. So I joined the party right before the 2018 National Convention. And the only in-person conventions I've been to have been in Massachusetts and in Pennsylvania this year.
Okay.
So I don't think we've had the opportunity to meet in person.
Well, I know it's 2018 that you and I became friends, I think on Facebook, but there was something where you and I had, like, it was back and forth or something. It could have been just on Facebook, but I could have swore you and I had given you a big hug at the convention. But anyway, I am just excited to get to host you, and hopefully I'll get to see you in Orlando, maybe.
Yes, I plan on being there as long as it's going to happen. So you'll definitely get your big hug then.
Great. Wonderful. All right. So, so yeah, just tell us a little bit about what you want to talk about and the message you want to get out to people.
Yeah, so one of the main things that I do as an activist is education, and having conversations with people. And it's really important to learn how to talk to different groups of people and talk to them in a language that they understand. If we're going to talk to them about liberty and try to convince them that liberty is the best way, then we need to talk to them in words that they understand, words that don't anger and upset them. And that changes based on the audience you're talking to. The things I want to talk about today is how important it is to be able to communicate with all different types of people and how we can achieve those goals of not only learning to communicate with those different types of people, but making sure that they're welcome and they know that they're welcome here in the Libertarian Party, that liberty is for everybody and not just a particular group of people.
Okay. Do you try to influence people within the Liberty community, or do you try to reach outside of our Liberty community to bring more people in and share your personal story and message?
Yeah, so I will talk to anybody inside or outside the community. When I'm focusing inside the community, I try to educate them on why certain issues are important to people. For example, when I first joined the Libertarian Party, I had sent a message to our current chair, Nick, and I asked him, do transgender people have a home in the Libertarian Party? Are we welcome here? And he told me, absolutely yes, everybody is welcome. And so I asked him if he would put out a public statement saying that. And I told him if he did, I would immediately become a paying dues member and join the party. He did, so I did. And I've been a Libertarian member ever since. I quickly got involved in different things in the party. I ended up getting a membership for my state party here in Massachusetts. And then shortly after, I became a volunteer on Larry Sharp's governor campaign, which is very close to here. And so I learned a lot working with that campaign. And from there, I've just been more involved in different groups than ever. I'm currently a part of 4 or 5 different campaigns at the moment, and I'm involved in other organizations, both within the party and outside of the party. So at this point, I just do a bunch of activism all the time, besides doing my day job. So for me, it's about interacting with different types of people, both in and outside the party, and making sure we're all on the same page, right? So I could try to bring in as many people from outside the party in different groups and explain to them, liberty is for everybody. But if they come in and they feel unwelcome, if they feel like people are attacking them for being who they are or being different, they're just going to run away. They're not going to stay. They're not going to want to be a part of that. So it's important that we learn to be better to each other all the way around.
So, talking about kind of the opposition, because I'm sure anybody who is different, doesn't matter like how they're different. Anybody who has seemed like not normal or average is going to find opposition. How do you combat that opposition with love?
Yeah. So, one of the important things to remember is that, for example, as libertarians, we are a minority group. We are marginalized by the majority, just like any other marginalized community, whether that be the GSM community, people of color, whether that be different religious communities. We are all marginalized communities. And libertarians have a habit of preaching about the individual first. And I completely agree that individual rights are very important, if not the most important. But what we fail to acknowledge is that individuals coming together gives them power. And the reason why people gather in groups is not because they want special treatment for the most part. For the most part, they gather in groups because that's how they change society and make things better for people with common issues. So when we talk about GSM rights, transgender rights, we're not looking for extra special privileges. I'm not saying that you should do anything for me because I'm transgender. What I am saying is that I want the same access to the free market that you have. And I should be able to participate in the market just like anybody else. And we should all have the same access to participate. And if we don't, that's a problem. That causes harm. And libertarians are about not hurting people and not taking their stuff. So,
well, just so you know, you're getting a lot of love on social media right now.
Thank you. Yeah. So when we preach that, we should be taking care of each other, when we preach that we don't hurt each other, you can do anything you want. We don't even have to agree, right? I don't agree with everybody in the party. I'm sure everybody doesn't agree with me. But if we can come to a mutual understanding of respect, and if we can say, yeah, I don't understand you, but that's cool, do what you got to do. And if people are hurting you or anybody else, as a group, we need to speak up and say something and say, hey, you shouldn't hurt that person because they're different. That's not okay. Everybody should have a chance to participate in the free market. Otherwise, we don't actually have a free market. And if that is our goal as a party, is to support the free market, everyone should have the same access. It doesn't matter what differences you are. If you're a human being, you belong here, period.
So while we're on the topic of opposition, you're going to find opposition in society anyway, and I'm sure you've dealt with that. You're going to get that more often. Do you receive a lot of opposition from other GSM groups for being libertarian?
Sometimes, but I've learned to talk to those groups and different people within them. So I am actually a member of a nonprofit board of directors called Berkshire Stonewall Community Coalition, which is where I live here in Massachusetts. We are Berkshire County's longest serving nonprofit that is out there. And I work with LGBTQ members of the community in a district. Our county is about 90 to 95% Democrat. We are one of the bluest counties in the country. And I'm able to work with people and get them to see my points because I listen to them first and I let them tell me what is going on, where do they feel the problems are. And by letting them talk first, it shows, one, that I care about what they're saying, but two, it allows me to take a chance to take in what they're saying and show them a path towards liberty that makes things better. For example, when we talk about discrimination laws, when I talk to people on the left or people who, generally would disagree with libertarians, the way I present discrimination laws is this: they might be good right now, they could be, but depending on who's in office, they could be taken away just as quick. And when they get taken away, what happens is once these laws are put into place, we actually upset more people because now people are being told they have to do something. And then when the laws are taken away, they get really angry and they unleash something that's happened with the Trump administration. You've seen more and more discrimination than you have in the past because they feel emboldened, they feel enlightened because things are being taken away. So it doesn't matter so much to them. So really what the key is not just to have discrimination laws, which, temporarily could be a good thing or necessary sometimes, depending on circumstances. But what you need to do is talk to people. If you talk to someone who is afraid and doesn't understand and they don't like you, right? I have a better chance of reasoning with that person, educating that person, and at least getting them to leave me alone if I just have a conversation with them and try to educate them than I do if I try to pass a law and force them to associate with me. The laws don't really work in that regard. So it's more important to change society, change culture, and educate people. And as we win more people over, as we show them, as we tell them our stories, as we get to interact with them and share who we are as people and that we are just humans too, and we're just like them in so many ways. As we get to, share that and have those conversations, people become less frightened, less, less afraid, less angry. And as they begin to maybe not understand, but, have compassion, as they begin to realize that you're a human being too, they become less and less opposition and they become more and more allies. And as we build up our allies and build up support, that is how we truly change society. We don't need to get to 100%. 100% of people are not going to like anyone, ever. But what we can get to is 50%, 60%, 70%. And as people's hearts and minds change, as they become aware, they will, in tune, stand up for us and say, hey, that's not cool. You can't do that. And that's what we really need to do as a society. That's how we make real change. That's how we make permanent change. It's by winning people over. It's by educating people. It's by taking the time to talk to someone who might not agree. And if they're, being obnoxious and insulting you constantly, it's very difficult to have that conversation. And a lot of times you shouldn't. But if they're just saying, oh, well, I hate these people because of this, sometimes reaching out and having a conversation and explaining things or letting them ask questions helps. And with people becoming less ignorant, people becoming educated, they tend to, as they build relationships with people they normally wouldn't, as they learn more about people they normally wouldn't, usually changes their mind. And so that's what I try to do.
Well, on the topic of speaking with people, what advice can you give, like me, cis female, cisgender person who wants to help the GSM community? Because sometimes when a cisgender person comes in and wants to help, because it's liberty for all, they kind of get blocked because they're like, you don't know what you're talking about and you can't represent us. So what can we do to help you, but not also take over the narrative? Because this is your story.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are 3 things that I like to point out for allies. One is to stand up and show up. Okay? Be there. Show up. Show that you support. Okay? Stand up when you see someone doing something wrong. Say something. If someone's being a jerk, if someone's being an ass about something, stand up and say, hey, that's not cool. That's not okay. That's how you be an effective ally. The second is to listen. If you want to get involved, don't come in thinking you know the answers. Come in being willing to listen to people who have experienced it, because their experiences are important to them. And it doesn't matter what kind of movement you're talking about, whether it's a GSM movement, whether it's other libertarians, whether it's people from other parties or people from other walks of lives. Their experiences have built up every worldview that they have. Their worldview comes from their experiences. And it's important to acknowledge that their experiences are real, in that you care that they experience these things. And so the third thing is to ask questions. Be willing to ask them. If you want to be an ally, if you want to be better, don't be afraid to say, hey, some of this is really new to me and I don't know how this works. And I may mess up, but I need you to explain it to me. I'd like to be more educated. I'd like you to point out if I do something that might not be okay. I'd like you to please include me in those conversations and allow me to learn, because that's how you can become a better ally. That's how I can become a better ally to whatever struggle you're going through. And I think these three things are so important when it comes to any community, whether we're reaching out to people of color and their experiences, whether we're reaching out to immigrants, whether we're reaching out to different religious groups, whether we're reaching out to other libertarians. It's important to be willing to listen and learn before we give advice.
Thank you for that, because I think that is something people tend to have in their subconscious. They want to get involved, they want to help, but we're seeing on the media and social media that people are getting shut down because, again, it's not our story to tell, and that is absolutely fine. Absolutely respect that story. But we still, we want to lift you up. We want to be supportive. We got some live comments coming in. It's Jennifer Summerfield. She's absolutely in love with you. Such great advice. If any of y'all want to ask questions, feel free to type them in the comments. They're coming up, and I can click on one and answer, and she can answer that question for you. So I've got a few questions here. That's what I've been doing, is I've been writing down as you talk, because you're inspirational. So
thank you.
Do you personally see more GSM people and LGBT people coming into the LP because of you and your message? Do you think you're a front runner, like you are like the leader in that message?
I don't know. I might be, I might not be. I don't look at it that way. The way I look at it is, I'm willing to talk to and have a conversation with anybody. I'm willing to sit down and tell them about different things that are happening. I'm willing to be that ambassador if it allows me to, but I don't look at specifically, how many people. The numbers don't matter so much to me as it does just building relationships with people. Most people I talk to, some of them are willing to come in, right? Some of them are not. But I might be able to have a conversation with somebody who will agree with me on a certain issue. And now I've won them over on that particular issue. Now, winning them over on that particular issue means we're a step closer to liberty. We're a step closer to freedom. So sometimes it's baby steps, sometimes it's particular segments, and sometimes you get them to jump all in. So I don't see myself as somebody who looks at particular, like, who did I bring in or how do I bring people in? It's more or less, let's bridge the gap. Let's have the conversations. And I see myself as somebody that's able to have conversations with people, whether they're left leaning or right leaning or center. I have the ability to talk to them on their level and explain, where we are as a movement and how it can help them. Because I do see the liberty movement as a natural home for the LGBTQ community, for gender and sexual minorities, because we do promote the idea that you can be whoever you want. One thing that me and several other libertarians have been working on is, in addition to our platform plank for gender autonomy. And essentially what it says is that individuals have the right to define their own gender, or whoever they are, essentially, and no other entity has the right to supersede that, which I think is a very libertarian message. And we've actually had opposition to that because people think it's special rights, but it's not. It's identifying that some groups of people are marginalized and affected more than others. And it's us acknowledging that, saying, yeah, you belong here too. It doesn't hurt our platform in any other way. It doesn't take away from anybody else. It just says that those individuals have every right to be who they are, no matter what. And nobody else can tell them. Nobody else can define them. And I think that's really important. So that's something that we have passed through to the plank committee, the platform committee, and hopefully when we have a convention, it'll be something that gets voted on. So we're fairly excited about that. And it's a way to continue to move the party forward and show that we are leaders in these issues. We, as a party founded on the principle that gay marriage should be legalized, that government doesn't have a right to discriminate against gay people. This is something that we've always believed in, and we should continue to believe in no matter what. And we should continue to leave. Not even Democrats have a platform like that because they honestly don't care about people. They care about an issue when it gets them votes. But until it becomes popular, they don't give a crap about you or what you believe in.
So speaking of the left and the right, and I'm assuming, because your area, you're going to have the opportunity to speak with a lot more Democrats or people who identify as leftist. What do those conversations look like? What does the conversation look like when you are talking to a Democrat or a Democrat voter, I should say, on how to intertwine your message and liberty together? Because most of the time they're stuck in their own paradigm that GSM and LGBTQ all need to be Democrats. So what are you doing? You're betraying us. What is that? What do you say to them? And what does that conversation look like?
Yeah, so it really depends on, the issue. Now, in general, when they ask, why would I be a libertarian? Why wouldn't I be a Democrat? That answer is simple. I don't trust the Democrats. The party is corrupt, and I will not join a corrupt party that I don't believe in. They don't share my values, and I can't support that, period. I believe in liberty. I believe that liberty and freedom is the ultimate form of love. When you can tell somebody you're free to make your own choices and live however you want, that is the ultimate form of saying, I love you and I trust you to be a good human being, right? So that is a message we can all get behind, that we can all share. When it comes to specific issues, it depends on the issue. So if I'm speaking, for example, to a liberal or a progressive or a Democrat about, say, the Second Amendment, about gun control, gun rights, when I word this to them, I tell them, as a GSM member, as a trans woman, there's a good chance for me, unfortunately, to be attacked or assaulted or even murdered because I'm transgender. And so I should have access without question to any tool that I feel is necessary to protect my life. And nobody should tell me that I shouldn't have access to whatever tool I deem necessary. When I bring it to words like that, they tend to understand better. And sometimes they'll even say, yeah, I agree with that. And I'll say, well, then are you in favor of gun control? And they say yes. And I'm like, how can you be in favor of gun control if you're trying to restrict my access to save my own life? That's not okay. That's exactly what that is.
Well, I got to ask you, what's the typical reaction when, because that's got to be like deer in headlights, right?
Yeah, it's basically the deer in headlights, and it tends to, it doesn't fully change their minds, but it does make them think a little about the kind of restrictions that they're pushing for and how, that can actually hurt marginalized communities. If you look back in the past, gun control, gun laws are inherently racist. They developed after the Civil War to keep minorities from possessing weapons, to keep Black slaves, former slaves, from being able to defend themselves, and they've only grown from there. So gun control really is not an issue about, certain people having guns. Gun control has always been about power. Gun control has always been about the people having weapons, keeping the power. And so we should all have access to defend ourselves from anyone with power who thinks they're going to use those weapons to control us, whether that be the government, whether that be local authorities, or whether that be somebody who hates you for who you are. I want to be able to defend myself how I choose is best. And not everybody has to own a gun. I do recommend self-defense training for all minorities or all people in general, especially women, especially LGBTQ people. Anybody who is a high target for being attacked, self-defense is really important. but it's up to each individual to make the choice of how they want to defend themselves, what tools they should have available, and nobody else should be able to tell them that they shouldn't have access to whatever they feel is necessary to protect their own lives or their family.
Well, while we're on that subject, what is your tool of choice to stay safe?
So I do not like violence, and I consider myself a pretty safe person. Um, I do not currently own a firearm, but I do have all of the classes and necessary paperwork and stuff to get a firearm. I was actually planning on getting one before going to convention, but with COVID and situations, I wasn't able to do that. So I don't particularly own a firearm in my possession right now, but I also don't feel that I particularly need one at this time. My biggest tool for protecting myself is the fact that I'm still 6'2" and stronger than most people. I was a semi-professional football player. I played football for 10 years. So I am still a very big and strong woman, and I'm really not afraid of people. And in my community, gun violence isn't something that's really a big deal. Most people know who I am. And in my community, I feel safe. So here, I don't feel the need for it. Now, if I were to travel somewhere, I'd probably want to make sure that I had some sort of weapon. And everybody's weapon of choice should be dependent on that. You know, go to your local gun store, try out different weapons, make sure it feels good to you. Don't just pick something because it's cool or because somebody recommends it. Go in there, let it feel in your hands. When you're shooting, you got to feel comfortable. So if that's a weapon that you want to choose, you really have to take the time to really try these things and get it right, because you want to make sure that you're comfortable, so that way, if you are ever in that situation where you need to use that weapon, you don't hesitate in the moment. You're not thrown off by the weight of the gun. You're not thrown off by the mechanisms of it. You know how to use it, and you're ready to protect yourself.
Well, I wanted to show you. This is like my favorite. Oh, here it is. My favorite button, and it's the one I got from it. It's the Outright Libertarians. The button, of course, it's got the flag and everything.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I love it. I identify as bisexual, so I am married to a man, but I am attracted to both male and female. But so because I want to talk about what you have more of those conversations to the left. What does the conversation look like when you're talking to a conservative?
So it depends on the issue. Again, when we're talking about gun rights, I mean, gun rights are pretty straightforward to most conservatives.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for LGBTQ, like with that particular discussion, that issue, what does that conversation look like?
So it depends on what segment, because the rights can look different depending on, you have the economic right, you have the social conservative right, you have different religious groups, and different religions are more accepting than others. So the right, those conversations can be very different. But in general, what I try to explain, or the conversations I have, the more difficult ones tend to be from the social conservatives who are religious. And, all I ask is, do as God told you, and that is to not judge me. Just let me live my life. I don't care if you don't like me. You don't have to like what I believe in. You don't have to like me as a human being. You don't have to like me as a person. But don't interfere in my life. Don't judge me. Don't try to stop me from being who I am. That's the message of God. God says to love everybody, right? It doesn't matter. Love thy neighbor, right? Judge, yes, ye be judged. It's God's given right to judge me, not yours. Your job is to preach. And if you want to preach, fine. If I want to listen, I'll listen. If I don't, I don't. That's my right, and it's your right to preach. Just like it's my right to live my life how I choose and not tell you that you can't be religious, that you can't worship your God. It's the same thing. Just be who you are. Just let me be who I am. I don't need you to tell me that, what I'm doing is wrong. And if you want to tell me what I'm doing is wrong, fine. But don't try to use government force to tell me that I can't live my life. That's when we have problems. Do not try to force me to be like you. Just don't do it. You're going to lose.
So with having those conversations, one of the biggest stages LGBTQ and GSM people have is usually the pride parades and the pride events.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a lot of those events and parades that have been canceled due to COVID-19. How has that affected the community from your standpoint? Because, you know, that community is it's tight knit,
Mm-hmm.
and it relies on itself for a lot of support. So what does that look like with the current situation in COVID-19?
Yeah, so I am on the Berkshire Pride Planning Committee. So I am on a committee that helps plan the Pride events in my county. And I'm also a member of the policy team for the National Transgender Visibility March, which is an event that first happened last year, not during Pride, but it happened the first week of October. Um, and a lot of these events, are not going to be happening. Pride Month is still in June, and we are still going to celebrate who we are. Pride Month is not about being proud to be gay, proud to be whatever. Pride Month is about celebrating the fact that most of us can walk down the street without being beaten or arrested. We are allowed to love who we want to love, to be who we want to be. Pride is about celebrating the progress we've made since the Stonewall riots, which historically were actually led by two Black trans women. Most people don't understand that, but the Stonewall riots were led by them. The Stonewall riots were a stand up against police brutality and government control, right? So if you think about the liberty movement, if you think about the home of where GSM people belong, it's here. The Stonewall riots and Pride were originally fights against oppression from the government, fights against police, the things that we as libertarians believe in. It's all there, right? So the connection is definitely there. A lot of Pride events are being moved digitally. We're throwing events, we're still communicating with each other as organizations. A lot of things are going to be planned for digital performances. So we are using technology to our advantage to stay connected. And thank God for the times we live in where we do have this technology so we can all stay connected. I'm very grateful for that. I don't know how they did it back in 1918 with the Spanish flu. One thing we've learned from pandemic is that we are all individuals, but human beings are meant to be together. We're not meant for isolation. We're meant to live and thrive amongst each other. We're meant to build connections and relationships. We are meant to live in a society together. And that's something that we need to embrace as a movement, as a culture. That, yeah, individuals are important, but so is community. So is being around people. So is embracing everyone. Uh, so Pride again is a celebration against all these terrible things that have happened to us. It's not just pride to be who we are, which is a little part of it, but it's also pride of where we used to be and where we are now. So a lot of people don't understand that piece of it when they get mad and they say, well, why don't straights have a parade? Straight people never had to worry about walking down the street and being murdered. Straight people didn't have to worry about being arrested for having sex with their wives or their husbands. Straight people don't have to worry about being assaulted for being straight. You know, that's the difference. That's where it all comes down to. So Pride is a celebration of, where we used to be and where we are now. Pride Month is not going away. June is still Pride Month. We are still going to celebrate who we are. We're still going to be very loud and proud, whether we're on the streets or online. We are going to be who we are. We are going to celebrate and we are going to love each other. And that's the most important part. We are going to love.
So back to Pride and that community. Well, I just say Pride. I know it's an event and everything, but I mean, like that has been the public stage and the eye that people see.
Yeah.
And with the fights that LGBT has fought to gain access to insurance benefits, domestic partnership rights, marriage rights, all that kind of stuff. What are your thoughts on that? Because my message, I'm going to be talking about marriage later in government, and I do pick up on that, but I want your point of view on that. I find that fight was so hard fought that when they got a little bit of concession, when LGBT got, some concession to be able to receive a marriage license, they actually, in what they ended up doing was actually shackling themselves to just one way of getting married. So what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are this: the government should not have anything to do with marriage. Marriage is between two people who love each other, and we don't need the government to be involved in that. When you get married legally, you have two partners: your partner and whatever government you live in, right? So you have to ask for permission to leave your partner. You have to ask for legal permission, spend thousands of dollars to leave your partner if things don't work out. Now,
did you hack my computer and read my
domestic partnerships still exist, and when it comes to benefits and rights, here's the thing: the government should never be allowed to discriminate. The government represents the people. We are the people. And whether we're all different or the same, we all have the same rights under government, under law. So the law should not protect certain people over others. The law should not enable certain people to have things and others not to. Everything should be equal. It's in the framework of our nation that all men are created equal. So whatever benefits are available to any individual, they should still be available to any individual, no matter how they get married or how their relationship is defined. Um, that's what free market access is, right? If we're going to have a truly free market, we don't restrict people based on who they are. We give the same access to everybody. Now, some people, it may be more difficult to get things, but they have the same access. They have the ability to do it. We should never restrict somebody for trying to do something within the market. So it shouldn't matter who you marry, whether you marry, what age your partner is, what gender your partner is, what race, religion. None of that should be a factor in determining whether they should receive benefits. None of that should be a factor in whether or not that marriage should be considered illegal or not. Those definitions are antiquated, to be honest with you. I think marriage is a declaration before whatever you believe in. Two people don't need the government to get married. But if they want if they want to be government married, restrictions on those things should not be in existence. Everybody should have the same access. It should not matter what your partner is, what gender your partner is, what religion, what race. We should not restrict their access because their partner is different than what we think is normal. Normal is an antiquated word. It needs to go out the window. Nobody is normal. Nothing is normal. We are all different, and we should be celebrated for being different. That's what makes us human. We are human beings because we have different personalities. We all have different thoughts. We all have different experiences. But the one thing that we have in common is we all have a capacity to learn and a capacity to love. And I think if we do more of both of those things, the liberty movement will succeed and humanity will succeed.
Fantastic. So going back to that merit, of course, what the topic we're talking about, would you, for somebody who is coming into the liberty movement from the LGBTQ and GSM community, would you advise against getting government married? Because that's just one thing that people just think that's just the way things are.
Yeah, I would explain to them that, if you get government married, here's all the things and problems that could happen with it. But ultimately, it's their choice.
Yes, but the reason why I was asking was because they fought. That community has fought so hard to receive that, that it's kind of weird for somebody within their own community going, hey, you fought for this. It's been decades. You got it, but you shouldn't use it because you're actually helping them restrict you. So how does that conversation look?
It is true in some ways, but in some ways, the tax benefits outweigh the other problems you have, right? As long as taxes are existing. Taxes are terrible things. And
taxation is theft.
Taxation is government power and control, and it needs to go away. But, there are certain government benefits and things that you get for being married. Not all marriages are about love, unfortunately. Some marriages are arranged because of that thing, right? So, it all depends on the person's circumstance. But education is so important. Letting them know and informing them, hey, when you actually get married, the government can do this, 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 and this, and this, and this, and all these terrible things to you if you actually do it. Now, on the plus side, you get recognized for having a legal partner. Congratulations. But on the negative side, the government gets to shove whatever crap down your throat that they want to, and you just have to say, yes, please, may I have some more? So, the advantages and disadvantages are there, and it's up to each person to decide, what's right for them. But absolutely, it's so important to talk to people and educate them. And part of the liberty movement is, letting them know that, hey, the government is not all good. Most of us know that. Even most liberals and conservatives know the government is bad. They just believe that their bad is better than the other person's bad. It's still all bad.
It's that paradigm. Yeah, Robin was talking about, yesterday. It's that paradigm. So, being a member of the LGBTQ community, I stumble on that Q every single time.
Yeah, so I like to use the term GSM or gender and sexual minorities for that reason. It's something that I came up with. I push it a lot within the different circles of the LGBTQ community. And a lot of my friends actually like the term better because it's fully inclusive and we don't have to keep saying all the letters of the alphabet.
Well, then I'm going to take your advice because you're a pro on that, and I'm going to start saying GSM.
Right.
So with the GSM community, there's a lot of pushback from the majority of society, the normies, that we're just going to say, even though, there's no such thing, that community can end up being flamboyant and disruptive of what we know to be normal, what do you say to those people? Do you think that GSM people within the GSM community, do they need to tone it down, or do they just need to let them be them and they have to deal with their own consequences of their behavior? Do you understand where I'm kind of asking?
So,
okay.
For me, the flamboyant stuff doesn't work. It's not who I am, so I don't do it. For some people, that's who they are. That's part of, their personality, and everybody should be able to live their lives how they want to. For those people who say sometimes the GSM community is too flamboyant, yeah, sometimes we are, but guess what? When you've been oppressing us for thousands of years, we're going to be loud and we're going to be proud. And sometimes we're going to do it just to piss you off because you're trying to use force to keep us from being who we are. So you want us to stop being flamboyant, allow us to live our lives and stop interfering. Stop trying to use force to stop us from loving who we want to love, being who we want to be, and doing what we want to do. As long as we're not hurting you or anybody else, leave us the fuck alone.
So, amen, sister. We've got a few minutes left, and there's a couple things I want you to touch on. One of them, it's basically advice. I'm going to be asking you to give advice to everybody watching and listening. So the first question I have is, what advice do you have for someone looking for a political home who feels, disengaged, but they are a member of the GSM community? What is your sales pitch for the Libertarian Party?
My sales pitch is this. Within the Libertarian Party, you're going to find lots of different people. Some of them are going to agree with you, and some of them are not. But the one thing we all agree on is that you have the right to be yourself, and that nobody else has the right to tell you not to be you. The government has no right to tell you that you can't be yourself. And so if you come and join the liberty movement, you'll find that, again, liberty is the ultimate expression of being loved, being able to be who you are without someone telling you that you shouldn't be or can't be is the ultimate form of love. Okay. And we love you. So come home.
Fantastic. Yes, I want to give them all hugs right now. So the last thing, and this one's a personal one, but I know that getting personal is what's needed to kind of normalize this conversation. What do you say to somebody who might be watching or listening who's struggling with being their authentic self?
Yeah. So what I say is it's not easy. It took me years to learn to accept who I was. It took years of hiding. It took years of repression. It took a near-death experience for me to understand that I needed to make a change, that I needed to accept who I was and be authentic, or that I would not be on this earth any longer. It came down to that for me. It became a life or death thing, and it does for many. Um, it's so important to know, and I'm speaking right now to anybody out there, whether they're GSM or not. If you're struggling with this, you're not alone. Okay, you are not alone. You are loved. You are important. You belong here. And if I can help in any way, reach out to me. I'm happy to talk to you. Um, and I just want you all to know that as human beings, we are here for each other. And I understand how difficult it is to have people in your life who tell you no, that you shouldn't be who you are, that you should, that you're terrible, all those things. But you're not. You're amazing because you're here. And we love you. So come home, talk to us. You're not alone. Reach out anytime.
Oh, girl, I was gonna have to stop you because I'm gonna ruin my makeup. Oh, wow. You are such an inspiration, Ashley. I absolutely adore you. I follow you and love to see your smiling face and your optimism on social media. It brightens my day every single time I see your name pop up in my news feed. So we've got just a couple minutes here. Is there anything else that you want to share with everybody before we say goodbye for this segment?
Yeah, so since this is Tit Fest, one personal question I get asked a lot is if my breasts are real. The answer is yes. I've never had surgery, and breasts do grow. If you don't understand that, please ask any woman or most men over 40. They'll tell you how that happens.
That's wonderful. I love that.
But in all seriousness, again, the important thing is to remember that if we are going to build a movement, if we're going to get more people involved, if we truly want to see that goal of liberty and freedom in our lifetimes, we have to be open to all people. We have to be willing to listen to what people are telling us about their experiences. Because yes, it's one thing to understand that things happen. It's a whole nother thing to live through it, to have experienced yourself. So the importance of being able to listen to different people is so important. Listen and ask questions. Make people feel welcome. And then you have an opportunity to build bridges, to build relationships, and bring people home. That is the best way that I feel we can bring people into the party and have it be a long lasting relationship. Because if people know that we care about them, that we truly do love them, that they have a home, that they belong here, they're not going to want to go. They're going to want to stay and they're going to feel happy. And, the pursuit of happiness is what it's all about, right? So life is not about being happy all the time, but life is about finding these perfect moments, right? So nothing is always perfect. Perfection, they say, doesn't exist. But I believe there are perfect moments. And sometimes they're a second, and sometimes they're a minute, and sometimes they're a whole day. But we have these perfect moments in our lives. And life is all about collecting as many of these perfect moments as possible And that's what that's what helps build our memories. That's what our lives are all about, is finding those perfect moments and finding that happiness. Everybody, everybody, no matter who they are, should be allowed to do that, should be welcome to do that, should be encouraged to do that. And we should all be working with each other to help each other find that. So that is my message. That is what I believe in, and I hope I can convince you to believe in it too.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, the comments have just been nothing but love for Ashley. For real. Like, I'm going to read some of them. Amen, sister. Well said and cheers. She's a beautiful soul. Ashley is amazing. Yeah, and I cannot agree more. I'm smitten. You are a beautiful woman. And I have just been thrilled to have the opportunity to get to host you for Taxation is Theft Fest. So thank you so much for joining us and spreading your love, your optimism, your beauty, and your message with us. And again, thank you so much. Guys, that's Ashley Shade. Thank you so much for joining us today. Next up, we have Adam Kokesh. So y'all stick around, and we'll be right back after this. Thanks, Ashley.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, just letting you know this stream is about to close down, and because of the way YouTube works, I'm going to be starting up another stream. So track A is going to restart in literally about 15 seconds. So go check us out over there. Thank you for being with us through the first half of this.